Hit her. Give respect. I'm the man, got respect. Use a bitch, been knew that. Streets is filled with alley rats. Flip that nigga acrobat. Labels want me cause respect is the key to success. Hands down, I'm the best. Blow that reefer, hold your breath. Oh, well, I love designer. Gucci, Louis, be my guest. Sneak dissing on the net. Please tell me where you at. I'm so proud of my respect. Angry Bird, Gucci Nest. Groovy gang, got respect. Now let's take off in this jet. Skino day, we have fun, we roll up, fill our lungs, we pop flash, we need gun, we live life cause we young. Bust it open, watch her come, grab her face, fuck her gums, back and forth on her tongue till her whole mouth is numb. Out my door, Papa John, Skino pops, I'm his son, out at night, hate the sun, posted with my fucking gun. Buzz like yeah, awful flat, to infinity beyond. Got a bitch that's super sweet, she eat dick and honey buns. Time to move, Pokemon, we loudest in the comes. I get money and some, hoes think I'm handsome. Nuclear, I'm the bomb, boy don't ask me where I'm from, cause you already know. I'm the man, got respect, use a bitch, been knew that. Streets is filled with alley rats, flip that nigga acrobat. Labels want me cause respect is the key to success. Hands down, I'm the best, blow that reefer, hold your breath. Oh, well, I love designer, Gucci, Louis, be my guest. Sneak dissing on the net, please tell me where you at. I'm so proud of my respect, Angry Bird, Gucci Nest. Groovy gang, got respect, now let's take off in this jet. Life's a game, roll the dice, nigga squares, cubes of ice. Sneak dissing, that ain't right, that shit spoil my appetite. I be feeling like a cluck, I spit crack, keep a pipe. Groovy gang, nationwide, like a fucking satellite. Boy, your ass something else, boy, your ass need some help. He a motherfucking snitch and he'll tell up on himself. Struggling days he never felt, hammer time he got nailed. And my team at the top, and you on the bottom shelf. Brand new life, I was chose, we loudest for lobes. Girl, I only want some tops, why you taking off your robe? Every day episode, iceberg, I'm too cold. I'm the man, got respect, use a bitch, been knew that. Streets is filled with alley rats, flip that nigga acrobat. Labels want me cause respect is the key to success. Hands down, I'm the best, blow that reefer, hold your breath. Oh, well, I love designer, Gucci, Louis, be my guest. Sneak dissing on the net, please tell me where you at. I'm so proud of my respect, Angry Bird, Gucci Nest. Groovy gang, got respect, now let's take off in this jet.
Man, look, man. Berean on some corny shit, bro. I go on Berean's channel, man, and the brother, hold on real quick. I ain't gonna even call you a brother, man, because that was some foul bullshit that I just had to deal with. And y'all already know how I am. I don't play that. You understand? I'll give any brother, sister respect, whatever. You can come on my platform, disagree with me all you want. And goes and came on this platform. Many people that came on this platform. You understand? But what they can't say I did was kick you out of here or kick you off of any of my platforms that I had any control over for no reason, no apparent reason. I go on Berean's channel just to speak because Garfield's up there and, you know, they oppose Israelites, right? I oppose Black Hebrew Israelites. I oppose some extreme Ashkenazi sects and internet Jews as well. I oppose Afrocentrics. Cool. I get on the panel and the brother just would not let me speak. The brother, you know, railed accusations at me, and Garfield tried to co-sign on the accusation instead of just allowing me to speak and say my piece. This coward would not allow me to do so. So, Berean, you don't have to worry about me going on your channel no more. You can stay on your channel and we see each other. That's that. We're going to keep that off the internet. We're going to keep that off the internet. I'm just going to keep it like that. I'm not playing like you brothers don't want to have conversations. You brothers are dogmatic in your positions and you are afraid of anyone that has an ounce an ounce of courage to speak against any of your guys or any of your dogmatic indoctrinaires. Okay? That's all you guys are. You are a religious cult. I don't care if you're an atheist, Afrocentric. If you come on my channel, you can speak, goddammit. But go to one of these little religious fanatic channels like BereanTV, Garfield. If you're not speaking to the tune of what they want you to speak, you're going to be fucking silenced. Now, the brother made the accusation that, oh, don't cuss on my channel. Brother, I never cussed on your channel. I never cursed on your channel, Berean. Never. I've been on your channel twice. I respected your fucking channel. What you did tonight was some hoe shit, man. A lot of you niggas on the internet are hoes, bruh. I went on there to speak and have a conversation, engage in conversations. You brought me up on stage. I opened my mic, and all you did was rail an accusation to me. Garfield said, oh, yeah, you have disrespect. I never disrespected that nigga's channel, man. And Garfield, I've been on your channel recently, and I respected that channel even when you had retarded motherfuckers on the panel. Y'all got shit fucked up, man. See, what y'all problem is, y'all want to bullshit every goddamn body. But anybody know Berean, let them know. You ain't got to worry about me on your channel no more. But what you can do is bring your ass on this channel. Bring your ass on this channel. I want to debate you, Berean. I want to debate you now. Sick of you niggas, man. Hide behind other people. Listen, I roll solo dolo all the damn time. I do solo shows all the time by my goddamn self. Drop the link in the comment section for y'all to bring y'all scary asses on here, and y'all never click the links. Y'all never click the link. I'm not like y'all. I'm not like Garfield. I'm not like Berean. I don't need a panel of motherfuckers to support and stand on what the fuck I'm saying, because I spend the time and money and effort and studying on my own time while doing a full-time job, while doing 50, 60 fucking hours a week. You niggas be online all goddamn day and barely know the material. So, Berean, fuck your channel, man. But if you want that work, come to my channel and we can get a debate started. I don't have to hide behind 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9 people. Use your own mouthpiece. And the reason why y'all are afraid to allow me to speak, because I don't have the racist BHI motive, right? Or motif, where we'd say, oh, all Jews are black and they got to be black and they black and they black, black. I don't teach that bullshit. So y'all don't know what to do with me. Garfield, I seen bits and pieces because I was at work. Basically was showing some iconography of Luso-Africans, say, oh, this is how Africans drew them, and this is how they depicted them. They look white. And just because they look white don't mean they're not related to us. You understand? It's pseudo, and that's lookership. So I want to go on the channel while Garfield was there and have a conversation about that. But I was not allowed to have a conversation because these fuck niggas are afraid to have a conversation. Not even a debate, a conversation. That probably would have took 5 fucking minutes. Hey, Garfield, you made this statement. Let's have this debate. Let's hash out this debate. I've already told you what the topic was going to be. The origin of Afro-Asiatic people. Is it haplogroup E or haplogroup J? You understand? And I'm going to give them some caveats where we can go. If you don't want to do that debate, you're scared to do that debate. Hey, is haplogroup J autochthonous to the Levant? That could be another title. Okay? We could have had that discussion. But since a coward has a channel where he hides behind several people, anybody that has a disdain for Black Hebrew Israelites, right, or Israelites or African Americans claim to be Israelites, you can go to Berean, right? And everybody that has a disdain pretty much culminate there. And they form Voltron there. They don't check each other on their bullshit. So don't check me. Don't say nothing about how I speak. because it doesn't matter. It's because who I am and what I represent. And again, you can't pigeonhole me to the BHI philosophy because, again, I don't teach that. I teach against BHI, and I will debate BHI off the rip. Ask Manny and them niggas on Clubhouse, do I debate them? Do I go against them and embarrass them? Ask them. I don't play that Israel is all black African shit. And I don't play that all African or all quote-unquote black African Americans are the same. I don't play that. So y'all can't pin me nowhere. Y'all don't know what to fucking do. Y'all don't know what to say and don't know how to approach it because all your arguments are based off phenotype and how somebody looks. Oh, look, look at this book right here. Maurice Fishberg. There's a bunch of white Jews in there. So they can still be family. It don't matter if they're white, black, purple. It don't matter. So once we take those moves from you and say, listen, we really don't care about that, then you lost in the sauce. And then someone said they're all converts. Let's say we are converts. It's our choice. We can convert to any goddamn thing we want to be. Like majority of y'all converted to Christianity. It doesn't change anything. The problem is they believe that African Americans should have a hive mind, meaning just because they have a particular perspective or worldview, we should all fall in line. Exactly. Sorry, there's nothing you can do with the argument. That's why you're like, oh, he cuss a lot. So fucking what? But when I was on your channel, I didn't cuss. When I was on Berean's channel, I didn't cuss because I know he don't allow cussing on his channel. Garfield, you allow cussing on your channel, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, buddy. Oh, he cuss, bro. Just say you don't. You know what? I don't want to debate Yashu. I'm not prepared to have that debate, like you said in private. Remember, you didn't want to have the genetic conversation because I'm not a geneticist. Remember, you said that. Bro, let's just have the fucking debate or not. Just tell the people you don't want to debate. Stop playing these fucking games, bro. I don't be on the internet every day. Y'all haven't even been seeing me on YouTube like that. I've been focusing on real life. The moment I jump my ass on here, Berean want to play fucking games. And not just Garfield, sorry. Berean too. Because guess what? Berean, your ass can bring your ass on this channel too and talk your shit and back it up by your fucking self. And it'll just be mano y mano. I'll make sure it's just me and you. You and I. That's it. You know why you won't do that? Because you have nothing to bring to the table. You are a fucking religious, dogmatic doctrinaire. That's all you are. You won't do no fucking research. You ain't digging into this. You ain't buying books. You ain't studying. You ain't staying up to the wee hours of the night trying to understand this and bring up your own hypothesis and break this shit down. None of you niggas is doing that. You motherfuckers are just social media clowns. That's all you are. A bunch of fucking frauds. Y'all do not take the time out to even understand the topic. We know it because when we hear you say bullshit, it's clear you don't read the material. It's clear you haven't studied the subject. Prime example, people on social media talking about autosomal DNA. Autosomal DNA is not how you trace direct lineages. We've done classes on this. We've done studies on this. We've done the videos on this already. Autosomal DNA shows you who you have mixed with. And if autosomal DNA is king, then those Jews, those white Jews that was fucking those African women, Garfield, their children and their progeny are your people because you guys off autosomal DNA. They would have West African autosomal DNA. Now, would they? Retarded motherfuckers. That's just one example to show that these people don't take out the time. This is why it's so apropos to call them what they are, dilettantes. A dilettante is a person that does not even care about the subject. And that describes that community perfectly. You understand? Now I wasn't even on no bullshit with them, man. But since you want to bullshit me, then I'm sorry. Ain't no fucking sorry, nigga. But one thing Berean doesn't have to worry about is me. I never really watched your shit, bro. Other people showed me your channel. Okay, I was like, all right, you got these nut ass niggas over here. I'm gonna go over there and have a conversation, and that's it. And we destroyed them boys, and I kept it fucking moving. I never came on there, disrespected you once, nothing. And you gonna do me like that, man? Fuck you, nigga. And take that to the bank and cash it. I'll put the link in there. Anybody in here that want to say something to this, click that link, talk to me, man. How I'm gonna come to your channel, you throw me to the back for no fucking reason. Oh, you better not cuss. And I never cuss on your channel. And then when I get back on and say, hey, man, you need to tell your audience that I never cursed on here, you throw me back in the back. Then when I try to address Garfield, you throw me back in the back and not even allow me to speak. That was some bitch ass shit, man. A lot of you niggas with these channels is bitch ass niggas in real life, and you know it. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What do you think I'm going to say that's so fucking terrible that you can't allow me to speak for 1 fucking minute? Oh, see how he's cursing? Bitch, I don't curse on your shit. Find another fucking excuse. I'm going to give y'all what y'all want. Every fucking time, man. What do you even do, Berean? What is the purpose of your channel? What subject do you cover? Who have you taught? What material do you even bring out? Are you just a fucking Bible thumper? You just read the fucking Bible? That's all you fucking do? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. We're up here elucidating ancestry, actually dealing with anthropology and archaeology, right? We actually deal with that stuff. You don't. And what's eating you guys up is that we have a legitimate claim. Like, oh, what do you mean legitimate claim? Even if you say, oh, well, you guys are E1B1B, all African Americans are not E1B1A. Some of us are E1B1B. Some of us have that stupid J marker. So any way you try to slice it and cut it, African Americans have familial ties with who you call Jews. You just have to wake up and smell the fucking coffee. Right? And y'all not gonna click that link because you niggas is pussy. Right? We come to your shows, we show up. When it's our time to speak, we speak. When it's our time to be quiet, we sit back and be quiet. That ain't good enough for you niggas, man. Thank you, Elcom. Some African Americans aren't even haplogroup E. But those Sephardic white Jews that you were talking about, they had E1B1B. They were EM35. We're related to them. However you want to slice it. If you want to go with the old world and say, oh, that was 32,000 years ago, it doesn't fucking matter. We're still related to them. We share ties with them. You cannot take that away. That's empirical. That's concrete science. And then a lot of you numbskulls think all of Africa is the same. Everybody that's African is the same. That's some dumbass shit. That's why I say, let's have these debates on the shit you guys are saying. Y'all always want to try to put somebody on the defense. It's time you motherfuckers be on the defense. Are all white people related? Are all white people not related to black people? Because that's how y'all speak. Garfield was on there talking about, oh, look, this is how they drew them. They were white. So fucking what? Those same people that came down into Africa that were white or had a white morphology or a white cast had sex with African women and produced children, whose children produced children, whose children produced children, and so on and so forth. That's the fucking point. What you guys want to do is tell people that tell the ancestors that their children aren't their children because the way they look. That is so fucking stupid. David, Bloodline, you got 10 minutes to click that link and discuss what you just said. I'm not going to even put it on the stream. You got 10 fucking minutes to click that link And if in 10 minutes you don't click that link and explain to the people what you meant by that, you out of here. Somebody playing with y'all. Watch this. Hold on. Watch this. So we showed this paper, I think the last time we went live, right? Let me show this real quick. What's going on, Ivory?
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, I think the real issue is people are afraid of Yap Gang because we actually show our sources, we actually disseminate the information, and they obviously watch our channels. They watch your channel, definitely. I assume they watch mine. So I think that's why folks feel a certain way about us because we don't have problems with Jewish people of all skin tones, backgrounds, Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, Sephardi. We even have Jewish people in our groups that we're friends with. So they can't get us with the whole anti-Semitic trope. And you know, we explain and show how we are connected to the Jewish people, to ancient Israelites and stuff like that, in a way that most BHI don't, because most of them use Deuteronomy 28 scriptures, stuff like that, or vague, you know, quotes from books. But we actually show the genetic connection from well-renowned scholars in the field of science. And so I think that's kind of why people aren't fond of us, aren't fond of Yap Gang. It's kind of clear at this point because nobody wants to really talk to us, come on our platforms or go on a neutral platform just to discuss or even to debate. So, you know,
Right.
and this is
Niggas
why I
is
try to,
cowards.
yeah.
Because they can do that lookership shit with BHI. It's like, oh, look, these are Jews. They look white. You saying that those are your kinfolk? And that will kill them because they be like, no, they imposters. They said that today on the show. Oh, y'all saying these people fake. We don't say them people fake over here. That shit don't fly.
Nope. We go after BHI and we go after Christian apologetics. And yes, every now and then we might go after, like, you know, a Jew that thinks it's impossible for there to be dark-skinned Jews. Obviously, we go after everybody, you know, that teaches anything that's basically false or nonsensical.
Right. Yeah, we go against racist Jews all the damn time, man. We're not, you guys have a biased position where all you can see is the people that agree with your position. We are open to the people that disagree with our position. We allow people to come in, and they do it on Clubhouse a lot. They come in and they speak their mind.
Right.
Do we
It's
kick
mostly on
them out
Clubhouse.
the chat for no apparent reason? Just because they have a position that disagrees with our own? Have we ever done that?
And that's
We never.
another thing people are missing too, is all of our Clubhouse discussions with Jewish people. And a lot of them agreeing with us. Of course, some of them don't, but we still talk to them. We still build a conversation.
Right. Like we can always raise your handicap and lower ours. Thank you, Elcon. We never kicked anybody out of Clubhouse for no apparent reason. Shalom, sorry.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom, Shar. When is David going to hop on, by the way? I thought he
Yeah, we
said
waiting on
something.
David to come on. I'm not going to even show what he said on the stream until he get his ass up here and explain himself.
Well, I do want to say, I do want to say one thing. Granted, after you left and he had then already royally pissed you off, he did, after I made a comment that I think he made a mistake with you cussing on his channel. He did apologize after that, but you was already gone and clearly upset.
Yeah, no, I acknowledge that, but I don't accept his apology. That shit was bullshit. You know, niggas always want to say they sorry. No, you a sorry ass nigga. That's your problem. You understand? Do right the first damn time. You won't have to say you sorry. I didn't do nothing to Berean for him to even treat me like that. Nobody on his page or my page can say I've ever did anything to him, disrespected him on his channel. None of that. No one ever can say that. So for him to take that type of action with me in that tone and attitude towards me, I'm not standing for it. I'm not Benaiah. I don't believe in none of that shit Benaiah teaches. We've done shows about. Is that how you say his name, Benaiah? I don't know. Avery, you know them better than me.
You said Benaiah. Benaiah Ben Israel.
The one who was talking about the connection with the first African church and the Sephardic Jews are all black.
I think is that Kelly them with the Pew situation?
The moderates.
Damn, what is that dude's name? Benaiah
Benaiah Ben Israel. Okay.
Yeah, Benaiah Ben Israel. But we never believed in, supported that bullshit he teaches. He is a what do you call it? A snake oil salesman. Right? Like his whole argument about all the Jews being black and the black Jews that were over here is bullshit. It's BS. We've brought out the papers on the phenotypes of Jews. Okay? And it don't say all of them were black. Some of them were had the SLC 2485 variant, which means they were most likely light skinned.
Some of them look like typical Amazigh North Africans.
Yeah, some of them look like that. Some of them have blue eyes. They have the blue eye variant. Some of them even have the red hair variant with the medieval study that just was released. They had red hair. So no, we don't support Benaiah's argument. We don't support. Obviously, we don't support Teo them's argument. We've done several shows and videos exposing and refuting Teo Ministries' arguments.
Right.
So you can't throw us in that bag.
They know we're not the moderates because they called that side moderate Israelites because they were supposed to be, Israelites who are Christian, who are okay with, white Jews, but it turns out they had a secret skin doctrine, But yeah, that's the moderate side, yeah. So-called moderates. But yeah, that's another thing Garfield said. He said that we believe that Yap Gang believes only E1B1A is the Israelite marker. I don't remember saying that in any of my videos. Do y'all recall any time that we have said that?
We never said that. The argument is in our hypothesis, which it is a hypothesis. We're not saying that we're omniscient. We never made that claim. And our model via our hypothesis states that Abraham could have been E1B1. If he was E1B1, then the children of the Israelites could have had E1B1A or E1B1B variants. That is a possibility through the mechanism of rapid radiation. We said this 1,000 fucking times, and Gozi and his what's that guy's name?
93, I think.
Yeah, 93 did a whole video trying to break down what I said and misrepresented it. So they can't say they wasn't aware of it because you've done a video about it and broadcasted it on your channel. Garfield put that on his channel. So it's like, you can't say that you don't know our position. You're purposely misrepresenting us. At this point,
people clearly watch
misrepresenting us.
Yeah, people clearly watch our content, especially your content. So, but again, that's the real reason why they don't want to talk, like have a simple discussion or debate, is because of the fact that they do watch it and they know that they really can't, like, I guess, debunk our claims because we're open to different interpretations and our model is always evolving. So
right.
And some things are just straight up facts. Like E being Afro-Asiatic, that's just a fact. That's something you can't even debunk. But
yeah, that's why we want to have these debates. So Garfield, you already knew what our debate was. I don't know why you keep acting like, oh, what do you want to debate, brother? You know what I want to debate. I told you we had a discussion about this, had a private room about this.
I was a witness to that, by the way. I was supposed to debate 93 as well, because I was like, I guess I'll go ahead and debate as well with you. Shoot, it was we all decided, all three of us. It will be on haplogroup E versus J, which one is Proto-Afro-Asiatic. Yeshub was going to go up against Garfield. I was going to go up against 93. And that was a couple of months ago. Orthodox Moore is also a witness to this conversation. And so yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's say you don't want to debate that. That's debate. Is haplogroup J autochthonous to the Levant? Let's debate that. Let's debate it. 3 rounds, 15 minutes. I know it ain't gonna never come to fruition because there's always some bullshit with y'all, man.
Is haplogroup J proto-Semitic?
Y'all not gonna want to debate it. Are African Americans related to Jews? Let's debate that. You're not gonna want to debate it. You're not gonna want to debate it, but you're gonna go around on your channel and on other channels, right, like Bereans, and say that we're not. Okay, debate the shit then. You're making these claims, debate it. It's just that fucking simple. And David, click the link, man. You forcing my hand at this point. Click the link and then back up what you're saying on the StreamYard. I'm going to be quiet and allow you to speak.
Yeah, he's not going to throw you to the audience or talk over you. He's kind of mad right now because of what happened, understandably, with on Berean. But he's chill. He'll let you speak. Shari and I also pretty chill, you know. We'll just have a conversation about your statement, which is very interesting. I am curious to see how you came to this conclusion.
You know what? These BHIs be watching my channel.
So while I'm coming here, I'm gonna be as mad as Shu.
I'll let you go in.
These BHIs are afraid to come on our channel, right? But they'll go on Sonetta and Garfield channel and be humiliated.
They go on those channels for the views, though. They know that they'll get a lot of people watching them. They trying to get a big view count, you know.
Right, but it never works in their favor. Like, I'll give you an example. Black Minister, what's his name? Black Jesus Minister. He goes on Sonetta channel and he gets views because he's on Sonetta channel. But then he goes to his own channel and it's like he can't even crack 100 views. So it's not, you're not building an audience for yourself, dumb. You are a clown.
You build an audience for them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're giving them views. They're getting money and paid off of that. You get nothing out of that. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It could be 0 people coming up the slave ship claiming they're Israelites, and there was somebody that came up a slave ship claiming they're Israelite. But all you do is special plead. I killed you on that years ago.
Technically, there's a lot of papers coming out showing that a lot of Hispanic people have clear ties to Sephardic Jews and certain North African Jews. And when you look at Hispanic people DNA, even the ones from slavery, they have some Mediterranean DNA, some North African DNA. So we can even go that route. We don't have to just touch on African Americans. We can just touch on South Americans.
It's not about claiming any goddamn thing, because you could claim anything, but the genetics matters.
Exactly.
I can claim I'm a Martian, but I can't really do that genetically now, can I? Anybody can claim any damn thing. So the whole thing is a red herring. The whole topic is a fucking red herring because he don't want to deal with the real deal.
You know, another good topic would be, do African Americans solely have West Central African DNA? Which will obviously not be true because, you know, I'm an African American, my ancestors came from the slave trade, but my DNA isn't solely West Central African. I have North African DNA. So that would be a good debate, actually. Because they think we never left.
I got a debate topic. Did E1B1B originate? Excuse me, not E1B1B. Excuse me. E1B1A originate in sub-Saharan Africa?
That's a good one. I would say West Central Africa. They try to put us in Nigeria.
But that's what sub-Saharan Africa is, because Sudan is not sub-Saharan Africa.
Nope.
Yeah, I have to show people a map because they don't understand Africa.
Bro, when are we gonna listen? You need to stop getting your hopes up. Okay, we know that geography, chronology, you know, all these type of ologies and isms, they don't know. So break it down slowly. Don't break the brain.
Don't overload the circuits, huh?
Let me show people what sub-Saharan Africa is, right? I have to show them this map from Britannica. We got to teach geography to these people, man.
Pictures and big words.
You know what they need, Shari? They need them pop-up books. You remember them pop-up books? They need them little pop-up books with the 3D figures on it to actually grasp it. You know why I got to show this map, Avery? You know why? Because
Why?
I was told that people in southern Egypt in the Sudan are sub-Saharan. That's what a sub-Saharan African is. Can someone?
So people in the Sudan, they're sub-Saharan Africans.
They're sub-Saharan Africans.
Interesting.
What does the word sub in Sahara mean? I mean, sub in Saharan mean?
Below the Saharan desert.
Where is the Sudan?
Sudan is within the Sahara.
That's why I'm about to get this map, man. Hold on. I'm trying to get an easy map for these people. Because they be misappropriating terms all the damn time. Hold on, let me get it. Oh, now Britannica's tripping. Let me go back to Google. Hold on.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I had an issue with my
I can hear you.
mic and stuff.
I can hear you, bro. Watch this. Look at this, y'all. These niggas failed geography, bro. Can y'all see all this? Sahara. So the kingdom of Kush will be here, right? And Egypt will be here. You got people saying that this is sub-Saharan Africa. Shut the fuck up. I can't even be nice about this. This is fucking retarded. Sub-Saharan Africa will be here. Sub meaning below the Sahara, right? And then this is where they pinpoint. Let me get this map right here. Maybe this is better. Look, they say that E1B1A. A lot of people on the internet believe that E1B1A started over here. So we can have a debate. Have a debate that E1B1A started in this region. Let's have that debate. Who wants to have that debate? And Shari's like, we getting our hopes up. None of these niggas gonna show up for no damn debate.
I mean, I get all dressed up and I wear my veil and everything, and I still don't get to lay the flowers.
Yeah, I think I had a slight issue, but I'm back.
Yeah, well, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't hear y'all.
Oh, you couldn't?
No, it said my connection went out or something.
Hey, check this out, Avery. The map that's on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me pull it back up. That's the Sahara Desert, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So where is sub-Sahara at?
Everything below Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Chad, and Sudan.
So there's someone living in the kingdom of Kush, the ancient kingdom of Kush. That's sub-Saharan Africa?
No, they'll be technically a Saharan African, but not a sub-Saharan African.
What about Upper Egypt?
They'll be more Mediterranean, to be honest.
But people are saying Upper Egypt had sub-Saharan Africans in it, are classifying them as sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm confused.
Yeah, a lot of racist people try to say that to be like, oh, you know, the Nubians, they're sub-Saharan African slaves to the Egyptians, you know, because they're black.
Because they're black, right? Fuck out of here, man.
But really, those Nubians are really like a Nilotic people, so they're not even like Bantu or Nigerian. They're Nilotic.
The Nubians got J. They got half the group J. They're like Western Eurasian people, man.
Yep.
They're black. They got an African morphology and they black as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing's weird to me, man.
They can't even make that argument with L3 at all. You literally have to be lying.
I just want to know, give me the paper, the citation, and give me the argument that E1B1A started in sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm glad he said the Western Central, because that's where they say we're from, right?
We're Western Central Africa.
Right? Nigeria, Cameroon, places of that nature, right? Ghana, around here, the Gold Coast.
Because they think that's where the Bantu expansion happened too. They're like, oh, we originated in West Central Africa. The Bantus left from Nigeria or from Cameroon, and they went all the way across the Congo. So that's where
A lot of these
that's where they
niggas
have
not
to
even
argue from.
Bantu. A lot of these niggas J-R-I. A lot of you niggas is Western European. Like Berean might go get his DNA test done and end up Western European, man, like a motherfucker. Talking about some, I don't hate my legacy. Okay, well, do what Garfield them say and leave the white man's religion alone. According to them, Christianity is the white man's fucking religion.
Yep.
And since we're Africans, you need to find an African tradition. That's how they talk.
And technically, Judaism or Hebraic culture is a lot closer to an African religion. I mean, the Hebrews, the culture, it's typical Afro-Asiatic. And Afro-Asiatics, those are Amazigh, North African Berbers, Egyptians, Cushites, all of those Afro-Asiatic peoples. Judaism or the Hebraic culture, it's within that family of language, within that family of people, and within that family of customs. Like even the Egyptians practice things like circumcision and things of that nature. So it's like the Hebrew culture is Afro-Asiatic. It is African.
Yeah, because it stems from an older culture that was already there. Like
Right.
a lot of those places, like Egypt. Egypt is in the ancient Near East, so it's very similar to other Near Eastern cultures, like the Levantine cultures, like the Babylonian cultures, like the cultures that existed between the Tigris and Euphrates. There's a lot of similarities because they're all Near Eastern.
Right. I mean, even in East Africa, with the quote unquote Kushites, or the Amhara, the Habasha, a lot of them have a lot of Arabian connections, which is another Semitic Asiatic type people, with the Sabaeans that had colonies in East Africa. Shout out to Yitzhak because he loves the talking about the Sabaeans in Africa and stuff like that. But yeah, there's always been Asiatic connections, and Asiatics and Africans are not that different. They're really the same people. They're all Afro-Asiatic.
Right.
And this is why we stress the origins, the origins of Afro-Asiatic people. What is their main haplogroup? Their main haplogroup is E. When you look into a lot of those old Arabian tribes, a lot of them have E markers. And they beef about this all the time on Twitter. Who's the real Arab, E or J? Got a lot of E marker Arabs stressing that they were the first ones in the Arabian Peninsula, which is true because we have found basal E clades in Arabia. And
You know what your problem is?
What?
Y'all just don't want to be proud of your West Central African heritage. You just got to be something else. You just got to be something else. Everybody's an Israelite.
I'm proud of my West Central African ancestry. I've talked about it so many times. Now, it even offended them because I say it in its proper context. We were fucking conquerors. If you were EM2 clade, you came into sub-Saharan Africa and kicked ass and killed people and reduced the autochthonous population. I've said that 1,000 times on my channel. And we've been there thousands of years, and everything great about sub-Saharan Africa came from my ancestors. The E markers, not the A and B markers. Those are fucking forgers.
And not everybody in West and Central Africa is even like the same culturally. Like, and every African American doesn't even come from the same tribes in West and Central Africa. Like, what am I going to practice? Am I going to be practicing Amazigh and like Sahel African cultures? Like, am I going to be a Muslim? Because the people I'm related to are mostly Muslim in Africa. They're not practicing, I don't know, Ifa or anything like that.
Yeah, and as E was coming out, and coming in through the Bantu, we had them L3s snatching weaves.
Hey, look, right here. Their favorite source, Wikipedia, right? Really, you got to do too much deep research on this. Let me read this, right? The ancient Nubian genetic profile was found to be a mixture between West Eurasian and Sub-Saharan Dinka-related ancestries. The samples were estimated to have approximately or less than 60% West Eurasian related ancestry that likely came from ancient Egyptians, but ultimately resembles that found in Bronze or Iron Age Levantines.
You know what's interesting about that is that they have Bronze and Iron Age Levantine DNA. That's, by the way, the Levant is the area of Israel, Jordan, and Syria, and Palestine. What's interesting is that these Africans in Sudan, these Nubians have this Bronze Age, Iron Age, Levantine DNA. Yet nobody in Africa is really supposed to have that type of DNA. Yet these groups do. That kind of shows gene flow into Africa of Canaanite and possibly even Israelite type peoples.
Yeah, I mean, well, Eurasians in general, because 3,000 years ago, you had an influx of Eurasians coming into Africa. And I got two theories on why that was the case. One theory is the Assyrians were kicking everybody's ass and displacing people. And the other theory is it was right after the Bronze Age collapse.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Could be those two things. That's why you see an influx of gene flow coming from Eurasia. Right?
Right. That makes a lot of sense. Yep.
The
That's
Bronze Age
why.
collapse is wild because the invasion happened from groups from Northern Europe. Those people from Northern Europe start coming down and start pushing people out of the indigenous people out of those areas. So, like I
You talking
said,
about
that's
the
when they.
sea peoples?
Well, I mean, yeah, but the Sea People was a conglomerate of people leaving, fleeing because the people came down. The people that came down, they was called the Urnfield culture. Those people came down with what they called a slicing sword, because before that all they had was daggers,
Mm-hmm.
and the slicing sword was a revolutionary technology. So they was coming down, chopping people heads off, chopping people on, just really uh, destroying everything. And they path at a point, and the people was basically operating on the boats, fleeing. So the Sea Peoples weren't one group of people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So the people were leaving, and the people from from Europe, Southern Europe, Middle of Europe, start flooding into the Levant and pushing the indigenous people of the Levant further into Africa. And some went, I would say, some went to the India, towards India. So, but yeah, that's where you see the influx of that DNA.
Right. Because that's according to the biblical narrative, that's when you start seeing the Philistines enter into the land of Israel. And
Exactly.
I think there's a genetic paper that even shows, don't quote me on this, but I think there is a genetic paper that shows that certain Ethiopians have a little bit of, it said, I think, like Minoan DNA, and the Minoans would have been part of that Sea People population. I have to find the paper though, but they do have some type of like Sea People gene flow within them. I was gonna make a theory on that uh in the future, but yeah. Let me see if I can find that paper actually.
Yeah, but that was interesting that y'all brought up that Bronze Age collapse, because that's part of my theory about how white people ended up taking, basically, uh, doing population replacement throughout Europe and pushing indigenous people out and pushing them back into North Africa. Uh, the, some went to the Levant, some, like I said, some went to India, but that's how they ended up pushing indigenous people pretty much out of there. And the people was basically scavenging and scrambling, searching for land, and that's what the Sea Peoples were. So
All right, I found the paper. It's called West Asian Sources of the Eurasian Component in Ethiopians. And it talks about, let's see, it talks about Eurasian component of the contemporary Ethiopians with sea peoples and with population movements that affected the Mediterranean area and the Levant after the fall of the Minoan civilization. I can actually pull up the paper if y'all want to check it out.
Oh,
Because
real quick before you do it,
Ethiopians
Ebony.
have,
Oh, I want to show this real quick in this book. I'm gonna let you share that short, real quick. Just load it up.
Yep.
To go with what we were saying. So this David Wright, one of the leading geneticists. Like we actually got real sources here. Y'all be talking outside y'all goddamn mouth. Look at this. David Wright on who we are and how we got here, page 6. He pretty much gives you the timeline, what he deals with in each chapter. Right, here's chapter 8. And he deals with Africa in chapter 9, right? He deals with the Bantu expansion, which estimates was 4 to 1,000 years ago. Less than 3,000 years ago, he says East African pastoralists. What does that say right there? Levantine farmers plus East African foragers. So a lot of those people that look crispy black that y'all saying, oh, those sub-Saharans. Them Western Eurasian people, man. That came there less than 3,000 years ago that could have been a result of the Bronze Age collapse or people trying to run away from the damn Assyrians. Right? So, again, that's why I be telling y'all can't just be looking at how people look today. Then look what it says right here. Present day West Africans. What's the time frame for that? Y'all see that time frame? Less than 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, people seem to forget that the Bantu expansion was fairly recent in terms of human history.
Exactly.
And that's when you see the note culture pop up in West Africa, and right within that time frame, about 1,000 to 1,500 years ago. You see what I'm saying? So,
yeah, people think the Noke existed 10,000 years ago.
yeah, I know, but then you got to explain to them about the Green Sahara, that it was inhabitable at that particular time. So,
the Green Sahara breaks their heart because it don't say E1B when they started in sub-Saharan, say it started above the Sahara. And that's what be fucking them niggas up.
When everything was fertile, and even some people say, I read this in the past, the origins of Proto-Afro-Asiatic peoples, there is an African origin, including an African origin for Semites, and that Semites could have spawned, or should I say have their origins, in North Africa during the Green Sahara. What's his name? Edward Lemsky says that in his book of Semitic languages. Semites came out of North Africa during the Green Sahara when it started to dry up to find more fertile lands, and they went through Sinai into the Levant. So, an E1B1A, like we're saying now, would have been in the Green Sahara at that time.
That you know why it's important to press people and have debates about the origin of E1B1A? Because when we say, hey, we might be Jews and we might descend from Semitic population, first thing that they wanted to say to us was, show us the DNA. Okay.
Right.
Show us the ancient DNA. All right. Since we playing the show us the ancient DNA game, since y'all want to say that we started off in sub-Saharan Africa, Western Central Africa, show us the goddamn DNA then, nigga. Show it to us. Where's your ancient vessels, your ancient bodies, skeletal remains? I want to see that. I want to see that E1B1A DNA there. Show it to us.
But they're gonna try to take you to that cave in Cameroon with the 4 boys.
I've already beat up Rob Bourne on that. Rob Bourne don't understand what he's reading. Rob Bourne is an ancient Western Central African. He A00.
He is?
Yeah, he was on the show. Yeah, he A00.
I didn't know that.
That nigga a Paleo African. And my ancestors used to whoop his ancestors' ass. You know how we used to go to school? You'd be like, my dad will beat your dad ass.
I didn't know Rob Bourne was A00. I thought he was E like the rest, like most of us.
Nah, we got the footage. He said he A00.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
That nigga do look like a Nalo. They ain't gonna lie. That nigga like a straight up.
But shit,
that nigga look like a dinka.
Yeah, but shit, but that is true though. We came down there and beat them niggas up. I mean, with that new technology, that steel and all of those shit. But yeah, but shit. But that's the thing though. Like when you talk about the, I call it the haplogroup E expansion. I don't call it the Bantu expansion because you got people that's basically contesting that whole concept. You know what I'm saying, about the language group and all of those shit. But anyway, so I call it the haplogroup E expansion. You know what I'm saying? When you look at it, man, you know what I'm saying, the time frame and why it happened is interesting because it was upheaval. Because when you read the Mari tablets, it was upheaval in that time. It was like a whole bunch of shit going on around the world around that time, and that's right before right before the Bronze Age collapsed. Everything was getting shaky and weird. You know what I'm saying? Hence why if you read the scriptures, Abraham was leaving. You know, so he left Mari. You know what I'm saying, and went down into the Levant. So people was leaving the northern areas. Shit was shaky. You know what I'm saying? And so it's easy to make the synopsis of why people migrated into West Africa, and that was a little bit behind, a little bit before. I think the No culture was a little bit before Hanno actually went through the Pillars of Hercules and went down the west coast of Africa and started dealing with the people. And you know, anybody know anything about the Phoenicians? They set up colonies everywhere they went. They didn't just trade with the people. They literally set up shop everywhere they went. So
And
Right.
Phoenician DNA is something else that I see that some of us have as well. I have Phoenician DNA. If you look at certain Facebook pages on on Facebook that deal with African Americans having DNA, they're coming out with Phoenician when they take the My True Ancestry and things like that, and Carthaginian.
well, yeah. So yeah, that makes sense though. You know, so it actually makes sense because uh culturally you wouldn't know. The only thing you would know, the only thing that was different between ancient Phoenician or Carthaginian and an Israelite, a pre-exilic Israelite, was the fact that the Carthaginians sacrificed babies. The Israelites didn't do that, and they ate pork, and the Israelites didn't do that. So that was the only thing that separated them culturally, as far as worship and all that other stuff.
Hey, check this out. Hey, what's going on, Jeremiah? But check this out, D-Red. Let's say that we are converts. Let's say that we decide to convert to Judaism or whatever they want to call it. You know that ain't gonna make them happy, right?
You mean our ancestors or us today?
Us today. Let's say us today. We can say our ancestors too. Fuck it. Them niggas still gonna have the same argument they've been having for years. That's not the core of their argument. The argument is you niggas is following the white man religion, and we don't like that. You need to follow. Remember, they was talking about you need to follow West African tradition. And I'm like, nigga, which West African tradition you want us to choose? It's
Exactly.
1,000 of the motherfuckers.
Yep.
I mean, even when you look at all of those traditions, this the funny part because I called Garfield, and we was talking about West Africa, and I was explaining to him, and he was like, I don't agree with that, but I was like, okay, well, I mean, what about it? Don't you agree with? It really wasn't no part that he could really say that he didn't agree with. I mean, even though he said he didn't agree with it, it was no real part that he could explain why he don't agree with it, because it's the truth. When you look at the pantheonic structure of Ifa with a creator God. You see what I'm saying? Or let's look at a cone, right? You know what I'm saying? Or you can look at Odinani. You know what I'm saying? Or the Igbo. When you see they all have a creator deity, El. Let's just use El for just so we can see where my talking point goes. You have a creator deity, El. Chukwu, Inyame. You see what I'm saying? Oludumare, right? You have a creator deity. You know what I'm saying? Then after that, you have the lesser deities. You see what I'm saying? Which the Bible calls the heavenly council. You see what I'm saying? So you have what in Ifa they would call Orishas. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And Odinani they would call them Lucy, right?
It's the exact,
Then
the exact same shit, man. Exact
yeah,
same shit.
it's the exact same shit. Then you get ancestor because it's not worship. You don't worship the ancestors. You just venerate them and show them love. It's no different than the Israelites showing love to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Post one of his ancestors. You see what I'm saying? And in your house, you would have a shrine to your grandmother. You know what I'm saying? Auntie, whoever, grandfather, whatever. And so when you look at the pantheonic structure, it's the exact same structure. And so now when you see how the Igbo use the colon of the Greek people, you see that same type of greeting in the scripture. You see what I'm saying? So so a person would have to show me so when they ask for stuff like show me Yahweh, that's not even how shit work. You see what I'm saying? They would do some syncretism shit, but they would syncretize. the structure, but keep the names of the local deities. Because you got to remember the women, because we was killing off the men marrying the women. So we would keep the local deity, the name of the local deity, would keep it in our structure the way we do it.
Mm-hmm. I
You see
mean, the
what I'm saying?
scriptures even say. I mean, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was just about to say the scriptures even say, even in the land of Israel itself, that the tribes, all 12 tribes, after a certain point, began to have their own dialect of Hebrew. Some people couldn't even understand themselves. I can pull up the scripture for that a little later.
Hey,
But
but y'all missed the point though, brothers. That's raise their handicap in lower hours and say, okay, we converts. That ain't enough for them. The issue is not us claiming to be Israelites at all. That ain't the issue. The issue is we're following something that they don't agree with or they don't believe belongs with Western Central Africans. That's the problem. Listen to them speak. Y'all following a white man religion. Y'all following the religion of the slaver. Y'all following the religion of the invader. It has nothing to do with us claiming to be Israelites. That's
But
the
the
position,
two, you
D-Red.
gotta, but you gotta think about it though. When they say make those type of comments, you're talking to people that don't know nothing about West African spirituality. One, two, they don't even know nothing about Egyptian spirituality because a lot of them dudes be claiming Kemet. So they don't even they'll tell those the same people that'll tell you that Kemet didn't have a religion, that they had science. And I'm like, well, tell me the science about a woman putting crocodile shit up her pussy as a goddamn birth control. Tell me the science
wait,
behind it.
what?
I need to know this.
Them
Huh?
niggas did not have no modern. And the thing about it is, European Christians created modern science. That's a fucking fact, bro.
Yeah.
Not no ancient Egyptians. That's all pseudoscience. But they want to get on there, y'all pseudo. No, you niggas is pseudo. Everything y'all, Infudici to James Smalls to Dr. Ben, damn it. I'ma say it. All them niggas was pseudo. All of them.
Yeah,
Hold
because
up,
Dr.
Joshua.
Dr. Ben said Lucy was our damn ancestor.
Yep.
Hold up, though. Do you saying that they saying that we're pseudo? Peace to the panel, by the way, too. You know what I'm saying? Uh, they're saying
Shalom,
that
Jeremiah.
they're saying that we're pseudo, and we're following a white man's religion, but their religion is science, which comes from the white man.
No. They don't even deal with science. They make up their own shit.
Yo,
They
I'm
make up
glad
a,
y'all talking about this, man. The
And,
brother
and
was
then
right,
and
man.
not only do they make up their own shit, they combine shit that ain't got nothing to do with Africa, right? So they'll get to talk about chakras and shit and crystals and nigga get now you talking about some Hindu shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And now you talking about some Hindu shit.
African
Which is
spirituality, my
Indo-European, by
ass.
the way.
Huh?
It- which is Indo-European, by the way. Hindu, like
Exactly.
Sanskrit, Indians,
They be
all
talking
that
So
about
stuff. Indo.
priestess. Hey, D-Red, they be talking about some priestess. A priestess was nothing but a fucking flower girl. Do your research.
and
Oh,
not only that,
ancient
they
Egypt
don't
had
even talk about
priestess.
Kemet. They don't even talk about Kemet and the goddamn temple prostitutes. They don't even talk
I
about
don't
that.
gotta go there. Them niggas is not representing no ancient Kemet. First of all, Egypt was an imperial state, meaning majority of the motherfuckers there were serfs. And the only people that could own land was the fucking kings and the priests. That was it. And
Yeah,
majority of the people were
Hey,
and
fucking
military
illiterate.
men.
did you see when Shaka Utmost tried to equate West Africa to the dispersed people of Egypt? Did y'all see that?
No.
Claiming claiming when I guess around the Greek occupation when they got pushed out, and then later on with the Turks coming in, they pushed them out, became sub-Saharan. They migrated to Western Africa, and that's how Western Africa got populated. That is the dumbest shit in the history of history.
But the
All
problem
right,
with that,
because
the problem with that is, we got evidence of people being there before the goddamn Greeks and the Romans. So now you got
that's
to
what
have
I
to
was
explain
just
it.
about to say. That's what I was just about to say. Because you had people in Western Africa before, even be going back to the Greek invasion. You had people in West Africa before that.
Yep.
They don't realize how close the Greek occupation, dealing with the Ptolemy line with the Egyptians. how close that is to modern civilization, because when you go back to that time period, people was already there. You had cartilage. Well, you had cartilage, the development of cartilage, which came right at the heels of the development of Rome.
I mean, they actually
You know what I'm
developed
saying?
around pretty much around the same time. I mean, Carthage was actually before, because Carthage was like 1,000 BC. You know what
Right,
I'm saying? Rome didn't really fully start developing till like uh, about 700-800 BC, because
right,
they were Rome was an amalgamation of fucking the Latins up north, the Etruscans to the west, and the Greeks from the south, from the southeast. They were basically amalgamation of all three of them. They took Etruscan flair and the phalanx from the Greeks and created the legions from that. And they took the script and all that shit from the Latins. They just was an amalgamation of people.
right. So you had the people coming from Tyree, right, for the development of that, man. So you see that already occupying that part of the region, which is outside of Libya, which was already there also. You see what I'm saying? So like it's just all of that to try to equate to the glorious part of Africa, which they claim is the glorious part, which is Egypt. You understand? Like the Egyptians always stayed there, and then when you get to when they got pushed out, they was right south of there, in between um of the Ethiopians and Egypt. That's the region in which they occupied.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the original Egyptians who got
yeah.
pushed out.
Most of them went south. Yeah, that's true. Most of them went south.
So I'm saying,
But
so I mean,
the trade routes was already established, because Carthage, the Phoenicians, and the freaking in Israel, they created that agreement. When you read the Purpose and on the Navigator, talk about the agreement between Israel, because as Egypt became weak, uh, Israel and the Phoenicians pretty much took over those trade routes. So the trade routes was there. So I'm not gonna say some Egyptians probably didn't go to West Africa, because you know what I'm saying. I'm not gonna sit up there and say that didn't happen, but 'cause it
well, yeah,
probably
I'm not
did.
saying any, but they're saying like these civilizations was developed from them.
No, no,
You see
no.
what I'm saying?
Like I said, we already know the first civilization was a note culture, and that predated anything that to do with Greece, and that was an actual civilization with art and all kind of stuff. So iron smelting and
What they're
stuff
not
like
taking
that.
in
So
consideration, what they ain't taking in consideration, D-Red, is that it wasn't the entire Egyptian population that got pushed out. It was just simply the aristocrats, the higher ups, the royal families. You see what I'm saying? And those that
mhm.
followed them. So it wasn't the entire Egyptian population when the Greeks came in that got moved out. And that's a lie that they're trying to tell in order to try to create some sort of Egyptian population or development in West Africa, which don't make no goddamn sense.
Nah, I mean, like I said, to try to equate it to some mass migration. No, the people probably go, yeah, but it equated to a mass migration. And then a lot of those Greeks, what they did was they tried to marry into uh those do some kind of forced arranged marriage type shit to marry into these bloodlines, so they could have claim to the throne and all of those type of weird shit. And
Right, right,
but yeah, you're right. But you're right. A lot of the priests and all of those type of shit, a lot of them fled south. You see what I'm saying?
right.
So and but it is what it is. But people be trying to make these connections. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll tell you, well, if y'all say the Israelites can do it, how come the how come the Egyptians couldn't do it? I mean, that's why I say I'm not gonna say that they didn't. Some of them didn't go, because they probably did. You know what I'm saying? But what I will say is the reason why I lend credibility to the Israelite thing is because we were using boats. We was using boats to go everywhere. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Right.
easier to get someplace by boat than it is to be walking by land. So it's common sense. When we know that Hanno went through the Pillars of Hercules and dealt with people and And these people set up colonies everywhere they went. We know this because we got the writings to read them. So
Yeah, man, the brother was trying to get me to go over there, saying, "Yeah, man, Garfield over there, Berean, this, that, and the third." Like, man, I'm not going over there for that goddamn circus show. You know what I'm saying? It just be frustrating talking to these dudes sometimes, man, because they want you to prove everything, but they themselves have to prove nothing.
That's true too, but they also bitch ass niggas, bro. When I come on your show, you don't even let me talk. Come on, my nigga. I get 2 words out off, and then you put me in the back. Then wonder why a nigga be like, y'all got to come over here. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas afraid to let niggas talk, man. Niggas is bitches. I'm talking about BereanTV. That nigga is a bitch, bro. Nigga don't even let you on the fucking stage and express yourself. Because niggas is afraid that you going to come on there and bust their fucking head open.
Yeah, man, and it's a lot of heavy Christianity, man, coming out of that, man. I mean, it just, it becomes frustrating talking to people sometimes when they don't take in consideration history or archaeology or chronography or like none of that stuff matters. Just believe in Jesus. That's all you need. I cannot believe that there are people out here that's still thinking like that, bro. Like this is 2022, bro.
Wait, can't no Christian sit up here and talk about, oh, you hate your ancestry. Nigga, you hate your fucking ancestry then. Because you a fucking Christian. And not even, you a fucking American Christian. You a Protestant, nigga. Your sect came from the Protestants.
and
Fuck is
bro,
you talking about?
and then to make it even worse, most of you niggas is Baptist, nigga. You niggas ain't AME church niggas.
Hold on. What's the history of the Baptist church?
Shit. Huh?
The Baptist church come from racist white people.
But that's what I'm saying. Most of these niggas is Baptists. They not AME. They not African Methodist Episcopal people. You know what I'm saying? They actually niggas that was over here actually doing shit, getting shit done, and getting shit accomplished. Most of you niggas is Baptists or Church of God in Christ. You know what I'm saying? Kojic. You niggas ain't nigga. Get out of here.
Yeah, these niggas is fake, man. Hey, More, click that link, bro, because he had killed G-Con on that. If we hate ourselves because we claim an Israelite or Semitic lineage, then what that say about you that is following a fucking Protestant Western European Christianity?
Yep, they not even following African Christianity.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Eastern Christianity. They follow straight up white people shit.
Right, Elcon. Baptist was tied to the Klan, especially Southern Baptist. Thank you, brother.
Yep, and that's when they did start trying to use that shit to motherfucking get niggas. The AME church, they wanted to get niggas away from the AME church because the AME church was teaching black liberation theology, which was the same thing that was adopted by. It's funny, I'm going to say this. The black liberation, James Cone, black liberation theology was adopted by the Israelite school. You know what I'm saying? Before it became the ISUBK and all that shit, they took James Cone's concept. When you read the white man is the devil and all of those shit that them niggas be talking, that's James Cone shit. That's black liberation theology. So when they be banging on Christians, I find it ironic that you are using a black Christians all his talking points.
Right.
You know what I'm
Because
saying?
a lot of these talking points are just reverse engineered white people talking points. Just replace the word black with white because they would say the same thing about black people. Like the Southern Baptists would say the same thing. They'll say that black people will curse, black people are this, they the devil, da da da. And then what's that dude name? They'll go and reverse engineer that shit to make their own version of it.
Yeah, James Cone.
Yeah,
Yeah, James
Cherry
Cone.
did it
James
too.
Cone.
All them niggas did it.
Know what I'm
All
saying?
them niggas.
But it's funny that Israelites, a lot of these One West Israelites, you don't even know that they concepts and because the founders of what you call One West or whatever, they wanted to get away from that Africanism of the commandment keepers and all that shit, so they want to separate themselves. So they adopted the New Testament and then they started preaching black liberation theology. You know what I'm saying? To be more pro-black, which was ironic that you trying to be more pro-black, but you let non-black people in your shit. But that's a whole nother conversation. But
well, all them groups were mixed up at first, all of them. This is why I was telling the Jewish community on the racist ass Jewish community on Clubhouse. You motherfuckers started this, whether you want to hear it or not, whether you want to accept it or not. If you read up on like the commandment keepers and before them, a lot of black people in Harlem were attending synagogue or working for synagogue. So who was teaching them Judaism? When I say Judaism, I'm talking about they form Ashkenaz. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who was teaching that shit? Y'all was. So don't cry now, you bitch ass niggas.
Well, I mean, the thing, and to piggyback off your point, motherfuckers was cool with you niggas until you niggas start saying start saying this, because they ostracized Josiah Ford, they ostracized Rabbi Matthews. Once he started getting, you know what I'm saying? So that's what made motherfuckers say, fuck them. We not finna appeal to them. Because them motherfuckers don't respect them. And then it's a good book you can read about. There's a book called Broken Alliance. You know what I'm saying? It talks about in the thing. It talks about this. It was talking about the civil rights movement, and it was saying that it was not a movement of equals. We were the superior. They were the inferior. They were the borrower. We were the lender. You know what I'm saying? And it goes on, and they talk about how much what they did and how they basically, you know what I'm saying, facilitated the shit and paid for the shit, and
hey, what's the author? What's the author of that book?
I had to find it, and I sent it to you. But it's called Broken Alliance. Broken Alliance.
Yeah, and man. Niggas didn't know nothing about lighting 3 candles on motherfucking Friday night and wearing white linen.
No.
They learned that from them.
Hell no. But that's part of the reason why they didn't like them niggas and them Chicago niggas. Because them Chicago niggas wasn't doing that shit. Them Chicago niggas they're always on their own shit. Them Benami.
You know how I feel about New York in general. Those some old fluke ass niggas anyway, but that's a whole different story, bro.
Well, actually, not really. You got Garfield in the title. He live in New York, so there you go.
You said what?
So you got Garfield in the title. He live in New York, so it's not really that off. No, because I really always we talked about this the other day, because I really feel this way, and it's a challenge to all my brothers that live in New York area, Israelites that's part of these camps and groups and teams and whatever you want to call them. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got all these people, all these members. Why don't y'all, all you Israelite groups, come together? You know what I'm saying? And say, we're going to police one neighborhood 1 week in a month. Just one neighborhood, just police it.
Bro, how you going to be stationed in the Bronx or on 35th, wherever the fuck them niggas at, right? And y'all ain't aggressively buy up the block. Y'all should have been bought on brownstone back in the 90s when they were dirt cheap.
Bro, because they don't believe in getting into politics. Nothing that they really don't believe in getting involved in nothing that's gonna actually help niggas.
Right. But that lady that keep coming to your congregation every week talking about, or every month talking about her lights gonna get cut off. Y'all could solve that. Y'all got the manpower. It's enough for y'all. Y'all could do that.
Bro, and it's sad. It's sad that when you saying that, it's sad that, like we talked about this the other day, that my boy Arcia and some gangsters and some GDs went and did the exact same thing we tell these Israelite camps to do, and they ain't done it.
Right.
That's the sad part. So you want to talk about that somehow that you're elevated and you got knowledge and you got information, but some gang members or ex-gang members came together about coming together and buying buildings in Chicago and in Ohio.
Hey, do they believe in the book? Because if you read Nehemiah, the reason why Nehemiah was respected because he broke bread with his people, from the least to the greatest.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't take his position as a governor.
So you mean to tell me the truth? You mean to tell me he didn't have to give $100 for Passover? No. Everybody didn't have to give $100 for Passover?
No, everybody ate. The people that couldn't afford, they ate. That's why they love Nehemiah.
Wow. So they didn't have to give $60 for the Feast of Unleavened Bread. They had to give each person give $60.
If they wasn't able to do it, no, he came out of his pocket. Nehemiah came. Read the book of Nehemiah.
No, I know the story. I'm asking the question being funny.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but he came out the pocket and he looked out. He made sure everybody, and he made everybody, because the Jewish law was, you had to give up any debt owned by your brothers. Like you have to just forgive them. Niggas wasn't wanting to forgive them, so he was like, hell no, bro. We being oppressed on all corners by every fucking body. The last person we should be oppressing is each other. And he made them forget the debt.
Yeah, man,
You
but the niggas want them fly uniforms them niggas be wearing. Niggas be wanting them niggas be wanting to wear them samurai suits.
No, I'm gonna tell you what it is, cause I don't give a fuck what a nigga wear. You want to just look important instead of be important.
But they don't even look important. That's why I said them niggas just be wearing something. They be looking at Tom Cruise and the Last Samurai shit, and they put the bandanas around the top of their head. You know what I'm saying? And like on fucking the Last Dragon.
D-Red, watch your damn mouth, brother. I make this
I knew it was
too,
coming.
brother. Watch your damn mouth, brother.
No, that's why. Listen, this is what I'm saying.
He know I'm not lying though. The motherfucker put that bandana on the top of their head like the motherfucking Last Dragon. Remember when the nigga got mad? The nigga put that bandana on his head and tied that bitch real tight, like on Rambo.
Hey, but guess what? If them niggas wore that shit and they bought all the brownstones in their hood, I wouldn't give a fuck. Because
but that's where all that money go, nigga, to them goddamn tailors, nigga. All that money go to buying all that leather.
I can tell you
like
what my organization.
Hell's Angels.
I'm gonna tell you where, because I was a part of the organization, the Purple Raiders, nigga, Purple Rain. I was part of them, and the money that we raised, I'm talking about $60,000 from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? A couple 10,000 from Texas. That money went to one man in his fucking household. He bought a house with that fucking money, and they sit up there and told us, "Oh, he shouldn't have to. The elder shouldn't have to work and do the work of the Most High." That's some selfish ass shit. When it's homeless people in the congregation, when it's people that's coming every month talking about I need help with my lights, single women, and you worried about living in a fucking house in Mount Vernon. Fuck you, man. That's all I gotta say to Nathaniel. But those are the people that's on top of the pyramid. You know what they're practicing? They actually are practicing ancient Egyptian culture, because that's how ancient Egypt was. A few people ate. Only the people that's at the top of the aristocracy ate. That's it. Everybody else was serfs.
But you gotta, but they said they swag and they surf, though, Jasoo. So you gotta really get your mind right, man. They swagging and they surfing. You know what I'm saying? And they fringes, like leather fringes with top of the line leather too. Like it don't be no bullshit leather, nigga. I know them niggas be hot to the motherfucker in the summertime, but it don't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, everybody listening, if somebody tell you that having a job is like being a slave, run from them, because what they're gonna do is they ain't gonna tell you to quit your job, because they're gonna need your donations. You understand? What he means is he don't want to work no damn job. He don't want to work. His sorry ass don't want to go to work.
Look, and people,
your motherfucking work.
And people, and to piggyback on what Jashub said, because this done turned into something else, and I actually kind of like it. You know what I'm saying? Because Garfield done got his work, but now we got to give Israelites their work. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to be non-biased. We can't be, we're not the house continent.
We can't be them.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And this is universal, people. This is universal. This is not really just Israelites, because you got Kemet niggas that do this too. You know what I'm saying? When they tell you that it's a bad thing to work for the quote unquote white man, you see what I'm saying? Run. I'm talking about run. I'm talking about road runner run, nigga. I'm talking about like have your feet running in place before you take off. Run. You see what I'm saying? Get somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Because them niggas is finna dig in your pockets, nigga. Them niggas is finna go dig in your pockets for something real deep. You know what I'm saying? They gonna have your ass paying for goddamn fans. They're gonna have your ass paying for rental cars. They're gonna have your ass paying for all kind of shit,
For
nigga.
their house.
For the house that they renting,
Hey,
that they keep
they
moving
gonna
from.
make sure their daughter go to school, but say fuck your kids.
Yeah,
You know.
man, y'all better learn. Y'all better learn the game, nigga. You know, the game to be sold, not told. And see, we don't want nothing from you. See, we don't be over here asking for shit because we got jobs, so we don't really need your money. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be wary of them motherfuckers that talk shit and say you work for the white man. When the last time I checked, if you got a business, nigga, your ass paying taxes to the white man, so you still work for that motherfucker too. You goofy ass nigga. So, because you work for any motherfucking body that can come seize your shit, you work for
Even if they don't got a job, listen, they depending on motherfuckers with jobs
them. Yeah.
to give them donations and send YouTube donations and cash apps and shit. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You know who else was talking that shit? Then we're gonna get back on track. Young Pharaoh, and most of the people that were sending him donations had jobs.
Yep. And then he was talking about the black woman as God. Shit, that nigga, when they started fucking with the white women, that nigga was like, "Fuck black bitches. I don't like them. I hate them all." I was like, "Damn, this nigga switched up big time. Now that nigga broke." And yeah, because the white woman wasn't supporting his ass, and yeah, he fucked up at this point.
Let me correct Clash in the session real quick. He said churches do that too. I'm gonna tell you the difference between churches and the Black Hebrew Israelite cult. Yeah, churches do get paid all this money, but churches also had a little during the quote unquote Christmas time. I know y'all don't celebrate, I don't either, but I'm just making a point. They giving out gifts. Churches got pantries. They're feeding people. You understand? How many times people that went to churches and got their bills paid? You understand? Churches have boys programs,
Yep.
men council, women council. How many
Daycare.
Israelites got that? Men and
They
women
got
council.
daycare, free daycares.
Yeah, free daycares. Thank you. The churches do a lot. Churches even have what you call those schools? Charter schools. They even
Yep.
go and invest in charter schools. Right, and give their children of that community the best education that they can provide. Name an Israelite camp that does that.
And you even got churches like the Shrine of the Black Madonna that bought whole apartment complexes and put motherfuckers in it for the dirt.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
I know a church that bought a hospital. You know what I'm saying? So it like you can't even compare the two, bro. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, churches do get over, but at least they contributing something to the damn community. The Israelites just taking and taking and taking.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, and we gotta be able to be willing to call a spade, and we gotta be able to say that's why I don't bang on churches, because once I got off of the community, one of the dudes that opened up the clinic, the Be Busy Wellness Center down here in Houston, Coach Norman is a Christian, so this dude, he offering free healthcare to the black community. So what am I gonna say? Christians ain't shit, because there ain't no Israelite clinic down this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to really look at this stuff and look at it for what it is, man. We be banging on motherfuckers that really got more shit and more services in the community than we got. And I say this all the time, but I even did a show on this shit some years back where when it's a reason why J. Edgar Hoover said the Black Panthers programs are more dangerous than all their guns. They don't give a damn about niggas dressing up like fucking kung fu masters. They don't give a fuck about that shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't none of that shit make a motherfucker fear you. But what fear you is your programs. When you start feeding the motherfucker, when you start providing services for the community, when you start actually trying to create change in the community for real, not just converting a nigga to your doctor so you got a motherfucker to give you 10%. That shit don't mean nothing. But when you actually really start actually doing shit and opening up clinics like Fred Hampton was doing in Chicago, you see what I'm saying? That's when motherfuckers start looking at you like, hold up. You know what I'm saying? Because now,
that's what the Jews. We always talk about we Jews. That's what the Jews were doing in Africa.
yep.
So why not emulate that? No, y'all just want to look important and not be important.
Yep. That's what the Jews did in New York. They built the nigga go to Benson, walk your ass through Bensonhurst, and see what's gonna happen. The motherfucking Jews gonna roll up on your ass on a bike and ask you who you coming to see, where your ass going, who, what you doing here, how long you been there. You see what I'm saying? And they gonna roll it. But again, but they the devil. But the devil patrolling their neighborhood. All we do is stand on the corner and talk. they
And
done
talk
put they,
shit and piss
hey man,
people off.
The Jews down here got a thing called J Ride. They done created their own Uber, right? To where the elderly get to go wherever the hell they want to go for free. They fucking they if you belong to any Jewish organization, you get a discount and you automatically enroll, and you just download the app, and then you get to set wherever you want to go. They take you. You see what I'm saying? But where is the Israelite equivalent? We don't have nothing. We ain't building nothing. We just talking. Like we just this shit crazy and weird.
Yeah, you know what it remind me of, D-Red? It remind me of all them drug dealers in the 90s. Like what's that dude name? I can't think of that movie. What's that movie with
Frank
Money
Lucas?
Making Mitch and all
Oh
them?
yeah. Okay.
When they interview those cats that survived that era, right? That ain't in jail or dead, they always say the same thing, D-Red. The buildings that we was hustling out of, the block, the buildings were $1 during that time. But now when you look at the worth of them same buildings where they was hustling at and selling all that dope, them buildings are worth multi-million,
Yep.
millions of dollars.
Yep.
And they could have bought all that up, and the families would have been straight.
Yep.
You understand?
Yep.
So it's the same mentality. You got a bunch of greedy motherfuckers at the top of these organizations just raping and robbing our people, taking their money and not even contributing, anything back to the community. Just a bunch of damn sermons. We don't need sermons. We need food. We need skills. We need homes. We need shelter. We need clothes.
Yep.
Transportation.
Yep.
I thought y'all was saying that, all you do in the church is get a feel-good sermon. That's all you get in the Israelite community too.
Yep.
A feel-good sermon.
You a Jew. You God's chosen people. You know what I'm saying? God chose you above all the earth. You know what I'm saying? He loved you more than all the other nations. So what's the difference between that and what the pastor doing?
Nothing at all. It's no difference.
So,
y'all not enacting change. Y'all clowns, man. Y'all hustlers. Y'all poverty pimps.
And the thing about it is, the sad part about it is what the example he used about the brother for when we paid it full, AZ Fazer and all of them, they was ignorant niggas. They didn't know. By the time they realized that they had the money to do the shit.
Yep.
But a lot of these leaders in these camps, they know. So that's what make it worse. They know that what the people need more than just to be walking around in a goddamn purple goddamn t-shirt.
Purple rain.
Know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers know that these motherfuckers need more than a goddamn a goddamn Hell's Angel leather jacket with fucking fringes on it.
You know why that's funny,
saying?
D-Red? You know why that's funny? Because one of the members of GMS is actually a part of a biker gang.
I mean, a lot of these niggas be looking like they part of a biker gang. That ain't trying to be funny, but I be seeing all that leather. The first thing that pop in my head. Like, nigga, you ride motorcycles? You ride motorcycles? You got a motorcycle? You got a chopper? Harley? Something?
Yeah.
No, what you riding the Cadillac, nigga? What the fuck is you got all that damn leather on for, nigga, in the Cadillac?
Yeah.
So, but it's like, I mean, like I said, we try to give you the game over here. We try to give you some real nigga talk, and we try to give you information that you can use to substantiate your point if you think you're Israelite. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we got to hold Israelites to a standard, and we got to hold the co-conscious community to a standard. And that's been the problem this whole point since I've been in the conscious community. You know what I'm saying? Is the fact that nobody's held nobody to no standard. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's been held to a standard. Everybody been able to do what they want. Do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. Everybody been on their Aleister Crowley shit, and nobody been wanting to call these niggas on their bullshit. And that's been the whole problem.
There's
You
no
see what I'm saying?
structure. It's the wild, wild west. There's no structure. Every man for himself, pretty much. So what's the point? We already disenfranchised. Like, what are you guys providing and giving to the community? Nothing. The Israelites ain't giving anything to the community but a bunch of YouTube videos. Can't eat that shit. Can't make a living off of that.
They can.
Well, they can.
Because you know why?
They
You know
ancient
why?
Egyptians.
But you know why they can? Because they tell their wife to go to work and bring out her money back to her lord.
Yeah. The lion,
then,
the lion analogy. The
yeah,
lion.
then they'll tell. That's why these niggas always say that they lions. The lions don't do shit. The women do the hunting and kill a motherfucker. And he just go over there and eat up all the shit. And the women, the lady lions be sitting around like this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Now they gotta go kill something else so they can eat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is why niggas be always talking about they lions, because motherfucking lion don't do shit.
Yeah.
But roar, but lay down and roar. They say that motherfucker a lion sleep like 12, 13 hours a day. That nigga don't do shit.
They are lions. They a bunch of sorry ass niggas.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, come on, bro. Like we gotta do better than that, but my nigga. We gotta do better than that, man. You know what I'm saying? And you know, sisters, don't be falling for that damn bullshit. Let these niggas have you working your ass off, and that nigga ain't doing shit. But
he on the internet talking about something. If you got a job, you working for the slave master. Meanwhile, that girl that's taking care of him got 2 jobs.
Yeah, she got 2 jobs. And then you know what's the funny part? The whole rage right now is black women don't submit. I be saying to myself, man, I got 3 sisters. You know what I'm saying? All of them in solid relationships. I got cousins. They all in solid relationships. But you know what the common denominator of all this shit is? All they niggas got jobs. So guess what? Since all of they men got jobs or good careers or whatever you want to call it, guess what? That's what I don't hear from my brother-in-laws or my cousin-in-law, whatever we call them niggas. If they dated my cousin. I don't hear them niggas saying, man, your cousin, that motherfucker don't never submit. I don't ever hear that shit. So it's always the motherfuckers that don't want to do nothing, that's lazy, that's running around talking about a woman. No, she's not gonna submit to you, Negro. And don't tell no woman that you can take a year off from work so you can lay up and fuck on her for a whole year and not work because you got to get to know your wife. Don't tell no sister no stupid shit like that.
Meanwhile, she can't stop working because the light's gonna go off and they get evicted.
So this nigga said he lost member of the Isley Brothers. He want to hear the footsteps of the dog.
All right, we gonna shift. We gonna shift, man. We be on here all night talking about these sorry ass niggas. But the moral of the story is, Hebrew Israelite coats they don't provide anything to Black Americans at all. But we're gonna shift. Avery, you had something that you wanted to show earlier on the DNA?
That was a while back, but yeah, I still got it up here.
You want to share it or no? I got something I can share if you want to.
No, it's just that Ethiopians have here I'll just read the last sentence. It just says our results unveil a genetic legacy that may connect the Eurasian genetic component to contemporary Ethiopians with sea people and with population movements that affected the Mediterranean area and the Levant after the fall of the Minoan civilization. And that was from earlier. We were talking about D-Red was talking about the Bronze Age collapse and these Eurasian populations going into Africa and going into the North Africa and the Levant and all that type of stuff, and how it actually fits even with DNA that Ethiopians have some sea people's DNA from the Minoan collapse, their civilization collapsing. And of course, that fits with the biblical narrative of Philistines coming into the land of Canaan. So, yeah, I was just showing y'all that that genetically is true.
Right.
I think it even says right here. Yeah, go ahead.
Now I was about to say this could touch on what we're saying. The Bronze Age collapse could have caused these Eurasian components to fleeing to Africa about 3,000. Go ahead.
Yeah, because even says right here the presence of genetic signatures of Eurasian origin in contemporary Ethiopians have been reported by several authors and estimated to have arrived in the area 3,000 years ago. We know a lot was going on 3,000 years ago. That's basically 1,000 BCE. And the specific DNA is that it says these studies did not did not reach a consensus on suggested an Anatolian or Sardinian-like proxy, broadly Levantine or Neolithic Levantine as possible sources. And so it's kind of interesting. It says that it could be it's suggested an Anatolian or a Sardinian-like. And if you search the Sardinian peoples, it's believed that one of their ancestors may have been part of the sea peoples known as the Chardon. The Chardon were a sea people that came into the Levant area, and they may have even appeared in the scriptures as being one of the Philistine peoples. Actually, I can just pull
now.
up
Hold. Avery, in our model, we say haplogroup A is Ham, right?
Correct.
In our model,
right.
Before you show that, I'm gonna let you continue. Before you show it, watch this. Watch this. This is what happens when you get around brothers that actually study. Watch this. Not like BereanTV, okay? You're not going to find studious people there. But here, what does this say right here? Can y'all see this? I need to blow this up.
Yeah, it might need to blow it up a little bit.
This is from an article, The Peopling of the Green Sahara, from BMC. It says outside of Africa, both A3M13, okay, that's an A marker. We believe that these markers would represent Ham, right? RV88, that would be a Japhetic line, right? According to our model, right? Harbor sublineages geographically restricted to the island of Sardinia. What did you read about that?
Oh, yeah. Yes, Sardinian-like DNA, proxy DNA, yeah.
Yeah, it says, and both seem to indicate ancient trans-Mediterranean contacts. Reason why stuff like this needs to be brought up, because RVA8 is a European Near Eastern lineage, but it found this way in sub-Saharan Africa. And why that's apropos and important, why we need to bring this to the forefront, is it shows that type of migration is possible, because for years they act like we were stuck in sub-Saharan Africa. We could not move, we could not do anything. But we have two examples that show that migrating out of Africa, out of sub-Saharan Africa and into sub-Saharan Africa is very possible, because we see RNA, right? Now watch this. It says the phylogeography of A3M13 suggests that the direction of the movement was from Africa to Sardinia. So these people traveled from Africa to Sardinia, right? Now watch this. While RV88 topology indicates a Europe to Africa migration. So these two sub-Saharan African lineages today have a history of traveling out of Africa and in Africa, right? In sub-Saharan Africa. RV88 is in Chad. So when you brought up the Sardinian element, I wanted to bring up the A element, because I believe that it's congruent with what we find in the Bible, where we say that Hamitic tribes would have been present in the Mediterranean as well. Go ahead.
I'm actually going to pull up another source, because recently in 2022, we actually just dug up some scientists dug up some remains in Pompeii, and they actually found that these Pompeii remains had A markers. Let me direct you to this paper. The bioarchaeological and paleogenetic portrait of two Pompeians that died during the eruption of, I forgot the name of the mountain, in 79 AD. It's a little bit late. It's the AD era, but still we found an A marker there. So let me see if I can find the specific subplate of A. And by the way, if you read the paper, well, I'll just read some of it here in a second, but this A marker was genetically, here it is right here. It's the exact same one that you just read, actually. So it says individual A, albeit at low coverage, albeit low coverage, was found to belong to the Y chromosome lineage A-M13, a rare lineage assumed, rare lineage absent among ancient individuals from the Italian peninsula, mainly found in Eastern Africa at less than 40%, but with known occurrences at much lower frequencies in the Near East, Turkey, Yemen, Egypt, Palestine, Jordan, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, and the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia, like we just said, Cyprus, and Lesbos. And yeah, it just goes into it. So basically, this was a A-M13. This is a specific subclade A-V5880. And it says a subclade of the haplogroup that contains all A-M13 positive Sardinians from past studies. These are the two other studies. You can just push it. The two other studies that talk about it, the references, those two. And genetically, this remain, when they tested the remain, here it is right here. They were mostly Anatolian Neolithic, all that yellow. And then there were Russian Yamnaya. Yamnaya is like Proto-Indo-European. And then they had Iranian Neolithic. Then they had West Hunter-Gatherer. So that was the genetic makeup of this A marker individual from Pompeii. That's the this is the PCA plot for their genetic background. I think it
Right.
says
If
it right
you
here.
if you only went off autosomal DNA, what would you plot him? Because people want to say autosomal DNA, just go off autosomal DNA.
Right. That is the issue with autosomal DNA. Like, if this paper never revealed that he was an A marker, I wouldn't have thought that this was an A marker. I would think he's R or J, but he's A. You know, that's the dangerous thing about. I wouldn't say dangerous, but that's one of the things you have to think about when it comes to autosomal. You're 100%
Yeah,
right.
because you gotta understand how to read the horizontal distance matrix. You gotta know how to read that shit. If you're gonna be
Yep.
looking at autosomal DNA, you can't. If you don't know how to read that, then you're gonna be looking at something that you're not gonna fully understand it.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna scroll back to the top. I'm
In
just gonna
layman's
see if there's
terms,
something.
I'm not going to give you a wrench when you need a screwdriver. You understand? I'm not going to give you a pencil when you need an eraser. Autosomal DNA shows you something else. Paternal DNA, sex chromosomes show you something else. They got different purposes.
Exactly. And right here, this actually illustrates it. Why autosomal can kind of be tricky, because it says the position of the Pompeian individual A in the PCA falls also close to the distribution of modern Mediterranean and Near Eastern populations, such as Greeks, Metalces, I don't know how to pronounce that, but Cretans and Turks. So genetically, this A marker dude is really no different than any other Mediterranean or Near Eastern population. Like he would probably phenotypically look Mediterranean, and
Hey,
he'll
hey, hey,
be
hey,
a
I'm
mark.
sorry, Avery. Go back to that paragraph and read that. It burst these dudes' bubbles. Go back to that.
Where? Wait, this one?
Where you were just reading, where it was explaining the PCA, yeah, right there. It says this hypothesis can be also supported by a client from a Neolithic. Excuse me. Such a result allowed us to hypothesize a genetic contribution from the Near East. That's the part I want to read.
Oh yeah, yeah. And this is all based on the PCA plot.
Exactly. And how are they able to do that? Because they're able to see through the autosomal DNA who these people were in close contact with, because autosomal DNA captures who you mix with. Not who you directly descend from, who you mix with, what populations
Mm-hmm.
you mix with. So the populations that he closely relates to through admixture, that's why they also call autosomal DNA an admixture test, is Near Eastern population, Mediterranean and Greek and Maltese, Cypriots and Turks, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And,
And he has a
somebody
lot
on
of
Facebook,
Iranian Neolithic related ancestry too.
yeah, a Jewish pride motherfucker on Facebook said, "Oh, why do African Americans don't have Near Eastern autosomal DNA?
We
Because we
actually
don't
do.
mix with Near Eastern people today. We mix with, when you look at the African American autosomal profile, it reflects the last 500 years of being in America. You see Native American admixture, you see European admixture, you see West African admixture. If we lived in the Near East and mainly and primarily mixing with Near Eastern populations, you would see it. right?
Right. That's
It's
true.
like a diary that only goes back 500 years. That's what your autosomal DNA is.
That's why you have to look at more raw DNA data like they did for this guy. And you can actually see that or not how they did with this guy, but that's why you have to look at more raw DNA data to see if you have any Middle Eastern DNA. Because if you do a deep dive of your DNA, you will pop up with Middle Eastern. But looking at autosomal recent ancestry, no, you're not going to get anything. Um, and that's another thing. When you test for this type of stuff, uh, you really don't. You're not trying to be a Middle Easterner. I think that's important that we should try to explain to people as well when it comes to the autosomal DNA. Because modern day Middle Easterners, I brought this out on my channel, they're genetically Caucasian and Iranian, because those are the people who have been in the Middle East for the past 3,000 years after the core or axis expansions. You're not trying to be a Hurrian. You're not trying to be a core or axis person. Um, so that's another thing to keep in mind as well.
I want to share a paper too when you guys are finished.
Yeah, I'm done. But yeah, this paper, I guess I'll just say the name of this paper.
Yeah,
This
get a
paper
title.
is,
Somebody asking for the title.
yeah, you can find this science reports, bioarchaeological and genomic portrait of two Pompeians that died during the eruption of the, I don't know, Vesuvius in
Vesuvius, yeah.
Vesuvius in 79 AD. Because I brought this up because we were talking about A markers being in the Mediterranean and how this connects with Ham, some of Ham's descendants being in the Mediterranean according to the biblical narrative. And you have A markers as far back as 1000 BC, and this is even right here in the AD era. And so, yeah.
Hey, can I say this before you share that paper? Asiatic Lion, click the link, bro. We don't teach that J is Japhet because there's a J in Japhet. That's not what we teach here.
Yeah.
There's a methodology behind it. So
Did
just
There
he
was
say
another
that?
comment too. He said R is not Japheth.
yeah, he said J doesn't stand for Japhet no more than R stands for Ronald. I'm like, bro, that's not why we say that.
No, I mean, I think there's another comment too saying RV88 is not Japheth.
Yeah, he said that too. Come on the link, brother. You was on here before, man. We we don't bite. Come on, click that link. All right, sorry, I'm gonna give you the floor.
I'm bringing this out because we were talking about the Green Sahara, and I thought it was interesting in this paper here, ancestral, mitochondrial, and lineage from the Neolithic Green Sahara, and for those that don't know, the haplogroup maternal haplogroup N comes from the haplogroup L3, because L3 births all other non-African haplogroups, etc., etc. But in this paper, right here in the highlighted, it goes, here we present newly obtained mitochondrial genomes from two 7,000-year-old individuals from, oh, I'm going to butcher that, Takari rock shelter, Libya, representing the earliest and first genetic data for the Sahara region. These individuals carry a novel mutation motif linked to the haplogroup N root, associated in the Green Sahara. And it goes on, like in way down here in the bottom. It it explains more. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. But yeah, you guys should definitely read this paper because it talks a lot about the split between L3 and
I think that's powerful information because a lot of these brothers they venerate their mother side. So if you venerate your mother side has Asiatic DNA as well.
yeah, and haplogroup, and then you find descendants of this haplogroup and in a lot of places in North Africa, East Africa, So it was right there along M and N was alongside L3 in the East North Africa region in the Green Sahel, and like when R during the spread of the Afro-Asiatic language branch Chadic, that language branch, that had a lot to do with R, haplogroup R1B, I believe it is. And it talks about that too, and it gives sources and the supplemental information here. I'm trying to find the other one that I highlighted.
Sorry, you're doing something they don't do on Berean's channel. It's called Show and Prove.
Yeah. You know, I can't drag my brother Berean because he do favor me over there. So I ain't got no beef with Berean
Don't
personally.
worry. I drag them. Yeah, I do all the dragging around here. Don't worry. I ain't putting that on your plate.
All right, so here's one here. Our research reveals that the Neolithic Sahara individuals from this complicated word right here present a haplotype not previously identified in Africa that belongs to a basal branch of haplogroup N. So you got a lot of people. And again, this paper, y'all should read this whole entire thing. This paper is called The Ancestral Mitochondrial N Lineage from the Neolithic Green Sahara. And it helps put into perspective that North Africa was a mixed bag. Even some cases, East Africa was a mixed bag of lineages. You had M, you had N, you had R, you had A, you had E, you got L3. L3 running with Yap. My bad, my kids are like in the background.
Yeah. L3 was our sister lineage for the most part. L3 pretty much was like the equivalent, the female equivalent of Yap, haplogroup E. Hey, Afroasiatic 19, man. What's going on?
Shalom,
Shalom.
fam.
Hold on, man. Let me pull your comment up here. You said J doesn't stand for Japhet no more than R stands for Ronald. We don't play alphabet soup up here. So where are you getting this stuff from?
No, pardon me, brother. I see a lot of people. Shalom to the brothers on the panel and the sister. I see a lot of people doing that though nowadays. I just was, commenting on it. Kind of making a joke because some people do that. They think that J automatically stands for Japhet, but when we look at the time depth and development of J haplogroups, it exceeds the time depth of what we would call Japhet according to the scriptures.
Right.
So
That's if you go with a 6,000 year time frame, which we don't. Most of us don't agree with because 6,000 years don't make sense.
mhm.
Or a flood happening 4,400 years ago, and then Noah had his three sons that supposedly populate the whole earth 4,400 years. That don't make no damn sense.
Yeah, it only
So
works with
Right.
a local flood, not a global flood.
yeah,
Yeah, I believe in a local flood.
Oh, interesting.
you believe in a local flood.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
that's fine, but we don't really rock with that either because if you look at the biblical narrative, it's clear it's talking about destroying everything on land, and the three children have to repopulate the entire earth.
It's
So
funny. I
how we
just did a
try to
video on that. That's funny.
yeah. How we try to mediate that with science is okay. Then Noah would have to be at the top of the phylogenetic tree, not somewhere in the bottom, somewhere 4,000
Mhm.
years ago. He would have to be at the top. So what you call Y chromosome on Adam, I would say, hey, that could be Y chromosome on Noah, and his three children will be the three major delineations of the tree later on as they mutate. That's how I look at it. That's my perspective. So when I say haplogroup J is from Japhet, it's not because the letter J
Mhm.
begins in the word Japhet. It's because of that, the phylogenetic tree.
Right. Yeah, I take the same stance on R as well. It developed the time depth for R, not all of the variants or subgroups, but the basal. It exceeds you know the biblical narrative. Even though I believe in the Torah, I believe in all of the books. The Torah, the Injil, and the Quran. But it would exceed that time depth as well.
Do you
And when we
believe the Earth is young or old, like 6,000 years or a couple of 100,000 years?
Oh, I believe the Earth is much older than 6,000 years.
Okay, okay. I get what you're saying now when you say time death. Okay, so you do go with like the phylogenetic tree, the origins of all these haplogroups being thousands upon thousands of years old. You
Yeah,
okay?
yeah,
Okay, I get you now.
mhm, yeah,
Yeah, so we reconcile like the story with the narrative of where we see the Y chromosomes begin. Because if we take it for face value, the Bible says these three children repopulate the earth. Well, okay, well all Y chromosomes have to come from these three children, meaning they would have had the basal, they would have been the basal population that started humanity during that time, and then they would have later through as they dispersed grew and had sex and populated the planet. If the story is true, then those mutations would have later became CF, and then another mutation of a group of people, because we know haplogroups are groups, right? DE, and one would retain A and B. So in our model, we say A and B. The Paleo Africans would be Ham. Those that mutated to CF would be Japhet, because according to Josephus, the first people to inhabit Europe would be Japhet, and we're not including Neanderthals. We're talking about Homo sapiens sapiens here, right? So those are CF. We know that through ancient DNA. And DE would be the actual Shemitic people, the people that later developed the DE mutation or YAP mutation. That's how we look at it. So we don't look at it. We don't say Noah existed 4,400 years ago or nothing like that, or we don't believe in a 6,000 year time frame. That's not even in the Bible. That's something that's inferred. Um,
right.
that's just our model. You can say, "Oh, your model's bullshit," okay? But that's
Mhm.
how we look at it. That's our worldview.
I am curious though, when it comes to like Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, what haplogroup would you give them?
Mm, that's a good question. Well, I consider that A haplogroups, BM60, already had penetrated the Levant. Um, that would well, A, BM60, some CT groups were already in the Levant, and I, I I I reasoned that Ham would have had to, as a son of Noah, geographically, he would have had to originate, according to the biblical narrative, somewhere in Mesopotamia, Arabia, or the Levant. And the evidence for that is Wadi Hamah, which is just about 25 miles outside of Mecca. And we also have a Wadi Hamah coming into Barbarian culture, which would be pre-dynastic, and entering through that dried up riverbed. Those people entered through that dried up riverbed, which is consistent with the Egyptian history of Nakada 1, 2, and 3, uh, succeeded succeeding Barbarian culture, which was also pre-dynastic, but it flows right into Wadi Hamah, right in through Wadi Hamah. I think the archaeological evidence kind of supports that narrative.
Yeah, we understand that A was there, and again, we believe all humans came from a basal Y chromosomal group, and then they later diverged as they migrated and dispersed throughout the earth. And that's exactly what the phylogenetic tree teaches. That's actually what geneticists teach. We just
Mhm.
we just plot um, Noah as the progenitor of that tree. That's all. I think it's more congruent with the narrative than saying, "Oh, some man lived 4,400 years ago, and a little bit of rainfall sprinkled over here somewhere that we don't know, and for some reason he built the
No,
ark.
it rained in the Caucasus, bro. The ark
It rained."
rested in the Caucasus, bro.
Yeah, they try to say the Black Sea deluge.
Oh, by the I do have to ask, where do you think the flood happened since? I'm sorry to cut you off your shoe, but where do you think the flood happened since you believe in a local flood? Like, where would you put it?
In Arabia, you heard the Valley of Uhud, Arabia. I think that Noah's family came out of Arabia and back migrated into Africa in successive waves. Shemitic. Um, yeah, that's my reasoning based on the Quran, the Torah, as well as the genetic evidence, I believe, supports that. But I don't discount glacial maximum pushing, as well as the Sahel pump. Uh, well, glacial maximum initially pushing many populations out of Arabia and the Levant, even prior to 6,000. Glacial maximum is about 25,000 years ago, between 21,000 and 25,000 years ago. So I believe populations began to get pumped back into Africa, at least at that time. That then people went back in when conditions got a little better, and back and forth. That's my reasoning.
Yeah, you talking about the start of the Green Sahara, and then it's shrinking, and people running to the Nile. But in the Arabia, you said your floods in Arabia. What haplogroups would be in Arabia, um, 4,400 years ago,
4,400.
or whatever? What's your time of the flood? I need to ask that first.
I was the time of the flood. I would say somewhere around 5,000, 6,000. I think it's an allegory to that too, because it applies to. I think Europeans are a flood. Because when we look at the Hebrew language, the word nafar, it doesn't just mean flood; it means disaster and calamity. And I think the Europeans coming down at the Zagros and the Caucasus were a type of flood that came down upon our people and destroyed the Afro-Asiatic city-states, which would be consistent with Bronze Age collapse and around that time, late Chalcolithic, Bronze Age collapse.
Okay, okay. So Arabia. So let's focus on Arabia before this time. You said 5,000 to 6,000 BCE, or 5,000 6,000 years ago.
5,000, 6,000 years ago, not BC. No.
Okay, so about what we looking at? 5,000 years ago would be 3,000 BCE. 6,000 would be
That's early
4,000
Bronze
BCE.
Age. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, that's actually going into Chalcolithic. So, um, what haplogroups would be representative? Because someone said the same thing on Facebook, that the flood happened in Arabia, and I don't think
Mhm.
she understands that. But first, before I get into that, what haplogroups would have been in Arabia 5 to 6,000 years ago?
I think it was a lot of. I think Arabia was cosmopolitan, African slash Afro-Asiatic. So we have evidence of EM35 in Jordan, RV88 in the area of Jordan, the area of Dead Sea Scrolls. It's a, you know, I know you fellas know, it was a lot of E groups, even some A groups. But
So,
one
so,
of the
so
best.
no J. So no J. 3 to 4. What was it? 6 to 5,000 years ago in Arabia.
J and R too. K M N on the maternal line. A lot. L3. All types of different
Wait,
subgroups
J
and
in the
Paternal
Chalcolithic
J.
Chalcolithic Arabia, J?
well,
Yeah, you're gonna have to show evidence on that, brother. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to source up on J being in Arabia that
Yeah,
long
because
ago.
J entered it didn't even enter the Levant until the early Bronze Age, 21,000 BC, after the collapse of the Akkadian Empire. Because that's when you
20.
saw the movement of those Hurrian groups and the Gutians who collapsed the Akkadian Empire, which came from the Zagros Mountains.
Mhm. But I don't think that J is exclusively Gutian. I think the basal is amongst Nubians and East Africans. That
Interesting. Okay.
Wait, wait, whoa,
that's
whoa, 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 whoa. Orthodox Moore, man. I know you here listening to this, brother. This brother, you just said that haplogroup J is
I've actually heard that
basal.
before, though.
Hold on, basal in Ethiopia.
Yeah, I believe the Africans, just like the R amongst the people of Lake Chad, it's the eldest form of R, that RV88 that is amongst Lake Chad. They
You-
split
you-
early
I'm
to
gonna
the
pull up a
Taboo.
map really quick.
Thank you, Thank you,
to the
Avery.
taboo.
Hey, why you do that, Avery? Let me do this. Let me share this with you, brother. Let me share this with you.
I'm pull up the phylogenetic tree of haplogroup R really quick.
Yeah, I want you to grab that. But this is the paper Genomic History of the Middle East. And then we're gonna go. I think it's down here. Hold on. We're gonna go where it talks about the introduction of J1. Right here. Can you see that, brother? Is that legible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this paper, it states right here. It says, in addition to the local ancestry from the Epipaleolithic/Neolithic people, which we know these people would be E markers. Says we found an ancestry related to ancient Iranians that is ubiquitous today in all Middle Easterners. Real quick, this is my side commentary on this. A lot of people will say, well, oh, you got to have Middle Eastern DNA today. Like, no, a lot of these people have ancient Iranian DNA.
Exactly. We're not trying to be Hurrians.
Exactly. We're not trying to compare to that. Anyway, it says previous studies show that this ancestry was not present in the Levant during the Neolithic period, but appeared in the Bronze Age, where less than 50% of the local ancestry was replaced by a population carrying ancient Iran-related ancestry. We explored whether this ancestry penetrated both the Levant and Arabia at the same time and found that admixture dates mostly fall in north to south cline, with the oldest, I want you to hear this, Asiatic Lion, with the oldest admixture occurring in the Levant region between 3,300 and 5,900 years ago, followed by admixture in Arabia 2,000 to 3,500 years ago, and East Africa 2,100 to 3,300 years ago. So it's even younger in Arabia, right?
Even far younger in East Africa.
Exactly. It says these times overlap with the dates for the Bronze Age origin and spread of Semitic languages in the Middle East and East Africa, estimated from lexical data. This population, I want you to hear this, brother, potentially introduced the Y chromosome haplogroup J1 into the region. So J1 didn't even get to Arabia into between 2,000 and 3,500 years ago. That's 1,500 BCE at the max. So if we examine your flood and say that your flood occurred 5,000 to 3,000, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, that would be no J1 in Arabia. You follow me?
But
And also I have to ask, who are these J1s? Because if they don't come from Noah, then are they pre-Adamites or another branch of humans? Because I still never got a full answer on who is Noah, like what is his haplogroup and what are his sons' haplogroups.
yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I think it all has to be. It remains to be parceled out. But the development of JM 304 is about 42,900 years ago, and it's indeed in West Asia. I understand. With respect to the source that you got up, but I think it just developed too early to be exclusively said to be some Iranian stock, or those Zagros Mountains, or Caucasians. Because Caucasians simply weren't on the planet at that time, not as we know them. The European.
We're not saying, we're not using the word. We're not saying modern terminology. We're just saying ancient DNA. These people that had this genetic signature, that had the Y chromosome, that came from the first men that had J1, or the group of males that had J1, were absent in the region of Arabia and the Levant. So we can't say that this ancient population, even in your model, brother, could have had J1. That's why I brought this up.
You do know where the oldest J1 was found, though, right? It wasn't found in Africa. It was actually found in the Caucasus in western Georgia. Two Caucasus hunter-gatherers had J1 and J2. And they're also, it turns out, had the light-skinned allele. Yeshub knows the name. I always forget it. SLC 2485, something like that. But they were the first. Okay. Yeah, they were the first to have light skin, and there were J markers in the Caucasus. This was around the Mesolithic era, if I remember correctly.
Well, they didn't have light skin; they just had the trait
the
The
trait.
four
Yeah.
light skin. Yeah.
And here's a map, by the way, of R. So you said that R originated in Africa, and that the Chadic people basically have the oldest base
Mm,
of R.
mm, no,
Um.
that's not what I said.
Oh wait, what'd you say then?
No, I believe that R originates outside of Africa. But go on though, brother.
Okay. Well, what did you say about the R
I
among
thought
the
you said something
Chadic?
about it being most basal in Africa or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, according to several studies, the R originated outside of Africa, someplace in Asia, and then they back migrate. We see a heavy concentration amongst the taboo along the area of Lake Chad.
Right.
Yeah, but
Right.
I believe they back migrated. I don't believe they originated there. I don't believe R originated in Africa. No.
All right. Good. But just I guess break down this tree though. When R back migrated, it's only one specific subclade of R. I do want to make that
Hey,
clear.
be clear on this, Avery, because look at the comment. Look at the comment. So
R
I want you
or
to educate this brother.
okay. All right.
Yeah.
So someone said R's origin is Africa. That is not correct. R's origin, actually, this paper actually kind of deals with it, with the origin of R. Let's see where it says it though. Well, actually, first I'll look at the tree. I'll show you all the tree, and then I'll get into the origin of it. So the only branch of R that went into Africa is right here, RV88. This is only one branch. You see how it's over here alone? This one branch went into Africa, but you have this massive branch right here of all these different R's that are not in Africa. This one's in Central and South Asia. This one's in the Caucasus. This one's in Turkey, Balkans, Turkey, Armenia, Pontic Steppe, East and Southeast Europe, Eastern Europe and West Asia, Central Europe, Proto-Italio-Celto-Germanic, Nordic, Proto-Germanic, um, Atlantic Celtic, Ibero-Atlantic. Like this entire, most of the branches of R are in Eurasia. Well, pretty much all of the branches of R are in Eurasia. Only this one branch migrated into Africa, RV88. So the Chadic people that have RV88 or the Chadic people who have haplogroup R, they only descend from this one simple branch, this one man with RV88. And we can hardly say that they represent the original stock of R. As a matter of fact, they have R1B. There's also R1A, which is older than R1B. And
Have
R1A is exclusively found in Eurasia.
quick
So,
question.
yeah.
What time would have they diverged?
Well, who R1B and R1A?
R RV88.
RV88 seems to have split in the Mesolithic. It says right here, the Mesolithic era. And this one man or group of men went into Africa.
Mhm.
So this is just a few things to sort of like keep in mind. It's only one branch, a branch within the larger tree of R1B, within the larger tree of R1B and R1A that's connected to R itself. So yeah, it's just a minor branch that went there. And as a matter of fact, there's a map right here that shows here's R in Africa, but again, this is only RV88, whereas all the other R's are in Europe. And as a matter of
Right.
fact, let me just show you R1A because I think people kind of forget that
That's
yes,
that's
there's R1B, but there's also R1A.
they
And
go all the
so,
way to Cameroon amongst the Fang, and
yeah,
it's from the Taboo all the way to the Fang. It's kind of big. It's pretty
yeah,
large.
yeah. Here's R1A. It's actually believed that the Aryans probably brought R1A into India because you see it heavy in India, then also in Eastern Europe and stuff like that. And then here is R1B, excuse me, its distribution. Yes, it's in Africa, but it's only RV88, a sub branch within R1B. And then it's heavy in Western Europe and in Central Asia and stuff like that. So yeah.
I have a
And
paper I want to show with you too.
you got something you want to show, Shari?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
All right. So we're talking about the Chadic Yo, sorry. We're talking about the Chadic. Is that it? Yeah. This is a good paper to pair with that haplogroup R. You said V88, right? Um, Spreading into the Chadic basin, however you pronounce that. Um, this paper here talks about the maternal side of that being the mitochondrial L3F haplogroup, specifically the L3F3 subclade. Okay, so right here in the results, in the first sentence, it says, we performed whole mitochondrial genome sequencing of 16 L3F haplotypes focused on clade L3F3 that occurs almost exclusively in Chadic-speaking people living in the Chadic Basin. All right, so these data supported the reconstruction of a L3F phylogenetic tree and a calculation of times to the most recent common ancestor for all internal clades. And then it goes on to talk about, a date around 8,000 years before present. This L3F3 subhaplogroup.
Please read that. Please read that.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, the brother said haplogroup R started in Africa and migrated out of Africa. Please read that right there.
Yeah, he said R is the Khoisan people.
So a date 8,000 years before present was estimated for the L3F3 subhaplogroup, which is in good agreement with the supposed migration of Chadic-speaking pastoralists and their linguistic differentiation from other Afroasiatic groups of East Africa. Let me see if this one mentions anything about R. Because this one just specifically talks about the L3. I have a paper somewhere that correlates the two.
Hard search, command control, and push RV88. You might find it faster.
No, I'll find the other one. It's somewhere in my Google Drive,
I got you. I thought that paper was gonna burst his bubble. Hold on, real quick. I got you.
No.
By the way, David is back.
Who's David?
Davidic bloodline. You see his comment?
Oh my God, this dude still ain't clicked the link.
He said he wish he could, but we went away from the conversation or something like that.
No, he need to.
Well, he could come up and reestablish the conversation. I want to apologize to y'all real quick. I was at the barbershop for the past 3 hours trying to get my beard marred, So I'm gonna fall back. I'm just getting back into the conversation, but I'm here now.
All right. So I read this earlier. This is the peopling of the last Green Sahara revealed by high coverage resequencing on the trans-Saharan patrilineages, right? In this paper, it tells you where RVA8 comes from. It says clear, while RVA8 topology indicates a Europe to Africa migration. Indeed, our data suggests a European origin of RVA8 about 12.3 thousand years ago, considering both the presence of two Sardinian RVA8 basal clades, RM18 and AB35, and that the VA8 marker arose in the RM343 background, which in turn includes Near Eastern European lineages. It said it is worth noting, to back up what the sister said, it's worth noting that the arrival of RVA8 in the Sahara seems to have occurred between 8 to 7,000 years ago, considering as an upper limit the time estimates of the last node, including a European-specific lineage, while the lower limit is the correlation age of all the African-specific lineages, refining the time frame of the trans-Saharan migration proposed in previous studies. The route VA8 toward the Lake Chad Basin probably passed through the northeastern Africa rather than Arabia, considering the absence of RVA8 in the Horn of Africa. All right? So, it's clear, brother. RVA8 is not autochthonous to Africa. Sorry.
It's not. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Can I share a paper with y'all?
Go ahead, brother. Wait, hold on. Sorry, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm good. You totally wrapped that up. That really helped out with the what I was saying, because what I just read just literally tied the two together. RV88 took on some L3 women, and they was popping in the Chadic Basin. That's between the two sources. That's the most parsimonious explanation.
Thank you, sister. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Share your screen.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yep.
All right. This is Chad genetic diversity reveals an African history marked by multiple Holocene Eurasian migrations. Now, my interest is in the time depth. Now, I know that we understand that it did come from the area of Europe, but what if they developed at 12,000? What would the initial population? Well, it's older than that actually, but what would that population would have looked like? That's the question for me, for them to be able to come into Africa, apparently unhindered if they reach the Fang and all the way to Cameroon. At what this paper says here about 4,000, between 4,000 and 7,000 years ago. And then we have other migrations, well, similar migration pattern at 5,700 to 7,300 years ago. And then we see
May I
they
ask you a
have,
question, bro?
yes.
All right. So you're more concerned about phenotype and what they might have looked like during that time?
Well, I think we need to make that clear because a lot of people, when they hear European or when they hear Eurasian, they automatically assume that we are talking about a present day European, and it's not so. So I think we need to be clear about that nuance right there.
Okay, that's cool because I have no problem with that, and I'm sure nobody on the panel has a problem with that. Uh, it's still a FM89. It derives from a FM89 from the FM89 clade. So I'm just trying to get a hand. I'm just walking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna let you go ahead and land your plane. But if you're talking about phenotype, most of the markers, European markers, would be brown skin.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so go ahead.
Actually, you made my point. That's exactly the point that I'm after. Right there is that at that time, well, according to National Geographic, I hate to reiterate the same thing over and over, but according to National Geographic and the Australian Center for Genetic Studies, Europeans, as we know them today, they don't go back past about 6,600, tops 7,000 years ago. So essentially, when we're looking at these markers that develop past that time depth, we're talking about highly melanated populations. Now, we understand that some melanin may have recessed amongst our people because of climate, but it doesn't produce a pink pale European. There may be some variations in shade, but essentially we would recognize them today as being what we would call in the common vernacular black people. So, I like to stress that point because I know when people hear Eurasian or they hear Europe, they automatically assume that it's talking about the European stock that we see today, and that's just not true. You know.
Yeah, those
I can agree with
all
that.
haplogroups. Yeah, all haplogroups in the Mesolithic period were our people were dark skinned. That's true. Like we even talk about Chatterman. He was from the Mesolithic era. He had haplogroup I. But although these groups are dark skinned, they're still not
Related
genetically
to us.
African. They're
Right.
genetically still Eurasian peoples. Like Chaddock Man, if you look at his autosomal breakdown or his PCA plot, genetically he is a Western hunter gatherer, and he's even
Mhm.
analyzed as that. These are markers, these RV88 markers, even though they come into Africa and they could have been dark skinned at the time,
Mhm.
genetically they still wouldn't have been like Nigerian or Ethiopian. They would have genetically been a Eurasian population, a Western hunter gatherer or an
Mhm.
Eastern European hunter gatherer. I think that's also kind of important because if you test a RV88 from the Mesolithic era, they're not going to be
So
genetically
if you look at
like us.
sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, that's it. It's just they're not going to be genetically like us, even though they're dark skinned. Kind of like, just to end this, kind of like Australian Aborigines or Dravidian Indians in India. I mean, they're dark skinned even to this day, but genetically they're not Nigerian or they're
I,
not Kenyan.
Right. So
You know.
anything off of the FM
right.
89 lineage would be during that time would be brown skinned people, dark skinned, but they don't belong to us. They belong to the CF lineage. So they wouldn't belong to DE. So I don't know if you understand. If you look at the tree, bro,
Mhm.
the phylogenetic tree, you'll see
Yes.
that they're a separate lineage.
Indeed, indeed, I understand that. I think it's just important, because a lot of people are not really familiar with the data. So, I'm careful, not to assume that people are aware that we are talking about essentially melanated stock. There's a R haplogroup on the throne of Kemet in the form of Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, as well as Tut, and Queen T was a K, which is also an Asiatic marker or West Eurasian marker. So they were all seated on the throne of Kemet in the 18th dynasty. And by the way, Akhenaten, we know what he did. He jumped up and said one God. So, I just think it's relevant to understand, clearly that on the throne they were certainly melanated. They were accepted as African, even though a lot of people was beefing with him because they was because he said one God and circumvented all of the funds from all of those other priesthoods. He sent it to Tel Amana, so that was a part of the beef. But he was also supported with cattle by the Labu out of the Western Desert, which also happened to be a heavy concentration of R markers. But his military installation on the Egyptian throne was by E markers, which would have been Magi Beja. So it's a lot of interplay that went on. I like to look at who was dealing with who supported who, because we know he couldn't have stood up and said one God. They wanted to kill him on the spot, but they couldn't because of the Magi, the Beja, the Egyptian hereditary guard. But he was definitely there. Definitely are markers. Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, Tut, and a few others. But it makes sense when we know that Moses, when he went into Asia, he did a lot of conquering. So they certainly brought in a lot of the maternal line from the Near East because that's just what happens, when men go in and conquer. But you know, just that's my point of view on it. I just think we just need to make it clear that these were melanated people, and to reach all the way to the Fang in Cameroon and still exists today in Cameroon. That's it's just interesting to me. I don't think it's something that should be swept under the rug.
All right, all right. I want to point the attention of the panel to this comment here. Oh, you got something else you want to bring out, brother?
Oh no, that's a brother. Pardon me.
All right. Someone said, where is that comment at? Um,
What was it about? Can you give a synopsis?
there was somebody basically made a comment. I guess Berean. He basically said the oldest person ever was a Hamite, and I think he going off of A and B, and I guess he thinks that those are his ancestors. The geneticist Claire Saw says it the best. We do not descend from our brothers. Those are our brothers. And here's another misconception. People say, "Oh, that's I love you, class and session," but this is false. What you're saying. Khoisan people are the oldest. They have an old haplogroup, but all human extant humans are the same age. A lot of people look at haplogroup A as if we directly descend from the Khoisan groups or the AM13 groups. We do not have those terminal clades in our genetic sequence. We don't. Those are splinter groups that split off in the early basal group that we have nothing to do with. We diverge. If you have haplogroup E, you come from DE. That came from an older population that had basal haplogroups as well. Again, like the geneticist Clayasol says the best, we do not descend from our brothers. All right, I just want that to be known. And a lot of you African Americans are not even A. You're not AM13. You're not A00. That's actually quite rare amongst African Americans. A lot of us are haplogroup E, and then that's the lion's share. And then you have a proportion of us that are actually European in descent, right? Whether it be I, whether it be R, some of you might have J. So when
G.
people say, "Oh, we birth humanity," you're talking about A markers, and all of us are not A markers.
Yeah, every time I hear that, I'm like, bro, not everybody descends from a Nigerian or Yoruba, because those are the people we're related to. The world doesn't come from Igbos and Yorubas and stuff like that, bro.
But a lot of the Yorubas are E markers.
Yeah.
Nigerians, Yorubas, Akan.
All humans don't come from Yorubas, man. That's insane. But a lot of people are recapitulating or articulating those talking points, like, "Oh, all people come from us." No, they don't.
But you know what that's about? That's a whole self-esteem issue,
Oh, I found a comment, I think. Sister J Jax put it in there.
Aren't the Yoruba Afro-Eurasians? A lot of them?
Yes.
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
Almost all of them.
Yes, especially if they got an L3 mtDNA, because the L3 by itself is Afro-Eurasian.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's what we've been telling these Afro-onlyists for years. We've been traveling back and forth for thousands of years. We never were stationary.
Right.
Yes.
The people that were stationary were mainly the foraging people, the A and B people. But E was on the move for a long time. 70,000 years ago, since its inception, we've been on the move.
What kills me is these brothers scream Africa, Africa, Africa until the Yoruba, the Turubi Fulbe, the Fula tell us that they came from the Levant and the Near East somewhere, and then all of a sudden they don't care what they say. It's funny. People like Garfield, and it's a lot of guys like that. They don't respect the oral traditions, but the oral traditions, they give it up. The legend of Dudawa, the Turubi Fulbe, the La Amarudu, it's even in their, it's locked up in their names. They have Asiatic, even the Dogon, they worship a sky god that is called Amu Dagon. Amu is clearly Afro-Asiatic. Dagon is too. But brothers don't want to acknowledge that, but the linguistic supports Asian origin.
Well, you just want to be the white man. That's going to be their response. But you hate your people.
Facts. Yeah. Facts.
Watch this. This is what this is why I don't even regard them, man. I just go straight to the geneticists.
By the way, when you're done reading that issue, there's an interesting comment that we should tackle when you're done.
All right, check
from
this
Lee
out.
and Hunter.
Right here, I'm gonna start here on page 255. It says, within the segments matching East Africans, Pickrell found even smaller segments that matched Near Easterners more than they did any other populations, and that they had lengths expected for an average mixture date of around 3,000 years ago. That's how we know there was an influx of Eurasians coming into Africa 3,000 years ago. That's my commentary, right? So to your reading, says that is the average date of the mixture between people West Eurasian related ancestry and sub-Saharan ancestry in many groups in Ethiopia. So this finding provides further support for the hypothesis of an East African source. Watch this. Ancient DNA has now verified this hypothesis, In 2017, Pontus Skoglund analyzed ancient DNA from the approximately 3,100-year-old remains of an infant girl from Tanzania in equatorial East Africa, and approximately 1,200-year-old sample from the Western Cape region of South Africa, both buried among artifacts and among animal bones that identified them as being from herder populations. The Tanzanian girl was a member of the ghost herding population that Pickrell and I had predicted, a group that derived most of its ancestry from ancient East African hunter-gatherers. Watch this, y'all. Here's the kicker. And the remaining part from an ancient West Eurasian-related population. This population almost certainly played a major role in spreading cattle herding from the Near East. Y'all catching this? Near East and North Africa across sub-Saharan Africa. That's it, man.
You people just love giving the Arabs all the credit.
Right. This is long before, you know what they love to bring up. Oh, that's because of slavery. Bro, this is long before the transatlantic slave trade. This is long before the Arabian slave trade. This is not even happening in the Common Era period. This is the BCE period.
Can I add on the source with that right there?
Oh, go right ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. Just man, you know, this is the one that Ngozi had a meltdown on me on Chris Harris's channel over this source right here. You know, he went ballistic on me. You know, Chris Harris, he muted the hell out of me after after that because it made Ngozi break down. Can y'all see the screen?
Yep.
Yeah, this is the genetic ancestry of Hadza and Sandawi peoples reveals ancient admixture, ancient population structure in Africa, pardon me. The Hadza and Sandawi population in present-day Tanzania speak languages containing click sounds and therefore thought to be distantly related to Southern African Khoisan languages. We analyzed genome-wide genotype data for individuals sampled from the Hadza and Sandawi populations in the context of a global data set of 3,528 individuals from 163 ethno-linguistic groups. We found that Hadza and Sandawi individuals share ancestry distinct from most closely related to Omotic ancestry, share Khoisan ancestry with populations such as Komani, Kerichi, I can't pronounce that, pardon me, Joe Hassani in Southern Africa, share Niger Congo ancestry with populations such as the Yoruba from Nigeria, the Luau from Kenya, consistent with migrations associated with the Bantu expansion, and share Cushitic ancestry with Somali. Multiple Ethiopian populations, the Maasai populations in Kenya, Nama populations in Namibia. We detected evidence of low levels of Arabian, Nilo-Saharan, Pygmy ancestries in a minority of individuals. Our results indicate that West Eurasian ancestry in Eastern Africa is more precisely the Arabian parent of Kush. There can be no Kush without Afro-Arabians. You know this flipped Ngozi's gut right here. But this is the only thing that makes sense, that a Kushite expansion or that Arabia was wholly Cushitic at one time. The linguistic supports that, and apparently, according to these doctors here, genetics support that there could be no Kush without Arabian ancestry. So that will force most of anyone who's serious about study with DNA as well as the historicity. You got to reevaluate everything when you understand that there is no Kush without Afro-Arabians. Clearly, this has to be talking about, it's Afro-Arabians that they're talking about. But this flipped his gut right here.
I know Ngozi not here though. How old is that discussion? Because And Gozi does realize that E markers were in ancient Arabia, in the Green Arabia. He's actually acquiesced to that now.
Yeah,
Exactly. But
he
I
had
like
to.
to hear. I like to hear the brother. You know, I'm starting to hear more. Accurate, you know what I'm saying? So I'm very pleased to hear what the brother's doing right now.
Yeah, we
Ebra,
had.
you had something you want to share, brother?
There's some interesting comments that I think we should tackle, like from Lion Hunter, that one right there, and then from Davidic bloodline as well.
All right, I'm trying to find them. I see Davidic bloodline. I think you're a coward, brother, because you won't click the link and you're making all excuses in the world. But we're gonna answer your question since you're afraid to come on here like a man and speak your piece. Who else was it? Davidic line and who else?
Lion Hunter.
Why I don't see that?
It's above the comment that says 98.9 Yoruba.
I see it.
So Noah would have had wait, hold on. So Noah would have had like an AB or something like that. So in our model in Yap Games model, Noah would not be A and B. That would actually be Ham. Ham would be haplogroup A and B. Noah would represent almost like a ghost population in a sense. He would represent the ancestor of A and B, D, E, and CF. All those haplogroups will come from his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And I actually kind of like going with the idea that he represents all pre-flood humans before the flood, kind of represent like a ghost population.
Yeah, he would be Y chromosomal Adam in our worldview. That would have produced all those. His progeny would have produced all those haplogroups later on down the line. Whether it be 40, 50,000 years ago, years after he existed. That's how we look at it. So bear that in mind. What was the other one, brother?
And then the next one was most of Africa. This is from Davidic bloodline. And click the link if you can. He says most of Africa is haplogroup E. That is Canaan, bro. So how do you want to break that one down?
So he looks like a racist
Yeah,
Hispanic. Looking at an image.
we've
I
been
thought he was
struggling with
Middle
that kind
Eastern.
of talk for a minute now.
Yeah, this is Hispanic, and he's afraid to get on here. So let's talk about Hispanic ancestry. I'm not going to even answer him until you get on here. Hispanic ancestry. Majority of Hispanics are Western Europeans. That's what you guys are. Your name's Davidic bloodline, but actually your lineage wouldn't even go back to a ancient Levantine. It would actually go to a Yemnaya most likely. That's the most part. So what you should do, Davidic bloodline, because Canaan for black people is really a racial slur. We can break down the history behind that. But since you want to deal with Canaan, I'm going to deal with your ancestry. How about you go to 23andMe, order a DNA test, take your DNA test, and then come back on the show and we'll talk about what paternal line you got, because you most likely are a Western European, Mr. Davidic bloodline. All right, let's see what else is going on.
That's all I saw in the comment section. By the way, a lot of people did ask, what's the meaning of the title? Like Realm of Yahoo. They were like, "What's going on? Why do you know?"
All right,
Hey,
so
hold on, Yeshua, before you go there, why don't you explain to them how they would end up being Western European, most of the Hispanic population?
okay, yeah. So most of the Hispanic
Conquistadors.
most of the Hispanic population today are paternally Western European because of the introgression or the intrusive Europeans that invaded America and slaughtered the males, reduced a lot of the males, and slept with the women. So, okay, how does Y DNA work? How does Y DNA transmit? Through sex, through males. So a lot of those children will become mestizos, musties, as they call them, which is a mix between a European male and an indigenous woman. So a lot of you guys are the product of that. That's why when a lot of you guys take your DNA test, you have European markers. Now, a small percentage of you guys are actually related to E carriers. Some of you guys are E1B1A, some of you guys are E1B1B, some of you guys are even EM123, which is known as a Jewish marker. So, but that's a small percentage. When we're talking about the grand scheme of things, a lot of the men that were autochthonous and indigenous in the land of America were wiped out and replaced by European men, our European progeny. Again, these European men would come, sleep with your foremothers, and create the quote unquote mestizo or mestiza population. And also, you know what, Avery, let's talk about Canaan for a second. Who are the Canaanites? How about it? Let's just dig into it. Who are the Canaanites?
There's two types of Canaanites. There's Canaanites that descend from Ham, which would be A and B markers, but there's also Canaanites in the general sense of various ethnic groups that lived in the land of Canaan. So this would include people like Hurrians. Hurrians were an ancient people from the Caucasus that migrated into the Levant around the time of the early Bronze Age, and they began to set up shop there. They built a lot of the cities we read about in the scriptures, like Megiddo. We found out that the king of Megiddo, one, he had a Hurrian name, and he had haplogroup J, him and his family. And the J marker makes up a lot of the quote unquote Canaanite population because, again, this is a general area, and all the people there were called Canaanites. But also, interestingly enough, if you do deep dive into that whole geographical area, it was called Huri by the Egyptians because of all the Hurrian groups that were living there. But that's a whole nother thing. I'll explain that in the future. But yeah, the Canaanites would be J markers in the larger sense, like the people the Israelites were fighting against and marrying. Those would be J marker Canaanites. There's actually a paper that talks about what modern population today are closest to those Canaanites. I'm not going to name the groups, but you'll be surprised they're still in the land today. But yeah, J is Canaan, not E.
So can African Americans related to ancient Canaanites?
African Americans are not related to Zagro Mountain Caucasian Iranians. No, we share a little bit of their DNA. I will say that if you take a deep dive into your raw DNA data, you might find out you have a little bit of Canaanite DNA. But other than that, it's not like 100%. It's like less than 5%.
But quick question: are you familiar with the Canaan that is from Kenani with the K?
Where is that?
No. I don't want to go. I don't. We can talk about that after this. You're gonna diverge, then we'll deal with that, right?
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
familiar with it, but hold on to that for a minute. So the brother said African Americans are Canaanites, which is a racial slur, right? This was used as a tool to enslave to justify the enslavement of African Americans. So we're gonna break this thing down, right? All right. So who are the Canaanites? As you guys can see on my screen, this is from an article. Hold on, let me pull it up. This is an article. Canaanites were ancestors of Lebanese, not African Americans. The Lebanese.
Shout out to Shakira.
I'm gonna read this paragraph here. The findings revealed broad overlap between Canaanites' genetics and the sequence of modern-day people from Lebanon. Researchers even found some ancient gene variations that suggested that Canaanites probably had similar coloration in skin, eyes, and hair as Lebanese people do today.
Maybe people need to have a picture of what a Lebanese looks like. This might be the first time even hearing about a Lebanese person. So maybe they need like an image of a Lebanese and the location of Lebanon.
Let me do that. Let me Google some Lebanese people. It's a Lebanese band I always go to.
Show the map first. We need to educate, geography.
Social studies, geography.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, these are my favorite subjects, though. I get an A every time in school for this.
All right, so these are Lebanese people. Hold on, let me share my copy and paste this over here. All right, boom. These are Lebanese, modern Lebanese people, and they're saying the ancient Canaanites had the same coloration of skin and the eyes and everything. They would look similar to modern Lebanese people, bro.
And
This
they got a
has
lot of J markers
nothing to
too.
do with African Americans. Or Doc Moore
See,
said, who said we're Canaanites? This racist
The Davidic
Hispanic guy.
bloodline. Davidic bloodline.
Oh, here we go. We got somebody named Timmy Turner. We know this is a troll. All right, go ahead, brother. What's going on, Timmy Turner?
Well, before we get, oh, I guess never mind. But Lebanon, modern day Lebanon, is in the location of Sidon. I just want to make that point as well. And Sidon is the location of Phoenicia.
but that would be kind of inconsistent with the Amana letters. When we read the Amana letters, and they talk about Emuru and Canaan. Emuru and Canaan were the original occupiers, and then the Sagasu came in according to the Amana letters, and they took over Canaan, and quite possibly assumed the name of Canaan, as they normally do, as Europeans, usually do. So I think some of that got to be unpacked a little more, even with the genetic data, because the modern Lebanese certainly could not have been the original stock that was in the area of Lebanon, especially when we look at the stonework that's in Lebanon, and the stonework that's all up there in the Levant. It's clearly of African or Afro-Asiatic. It's Afro-Asiatic stonework.
Wait, who's
when we look.
talking right now? I'm sorry.
No,
I
we,
don't
we
mean to.
agree. We agree with you. We agree before the Hurrians and before this wave of Iranian Caucasian related ancestry penetrated the Levant, you did not
Mhm.
have these people here. But
Right.
after that period of time, you have those people there. And that's where they found these bodies. They exhumed it after that in the late Bronze period. They exhumed these bodies, found their DNA. They found JP58, which is called the Cohen model haplotype nowadays, but it's actually Canaanite, and it's via the Hurrians and via the people that came from the Transcaucasus. So we agree before these people came in, you did have a different stock of people there.
Yeah,
We agree.
because Amana letters. What's that about? What 1350 BC? Around that time, that's when the Amana letters were written. The exchange between Pharaoh Akhenaten, well, certain members of the 18th dynasty, and the vassal states that were in the area of the Levant. So I believe that's when the time, right about the Bronze Age collapse, that everything started to get flipped right around 1200 BC. Our people, Afro-Asiatics, were still in power, but the Europeans began to get strong. And when we look at the Old Testament, we see all of the upheaval with the Solomonic dynasties being overthrown, and then being pressed further south down into Judea. That is consistent with the Amana letters. Um, that's in stone, though, the Amana letters. But the narrative with Janet Finke, a Syriologist, she says she read tens of thousands of Assyrian and Mesopotamian texts, and she came to the conclusion that the Sagasu were indeed dirty, murderous, filthy beasts, basically from the European steppes. But that's the stock that came in and took over the area of Amuru and Canaan. So I reasoned that prior to that time, it was basically melanated people.
All right, we got a brother named Timmy T Turner in the building. What's going on, brother? What's happening?
What's good, man? Where you get Timmy from, man?
I'm sorry, bro. I thought you was a
you,
troll.
you,
I,
man, you
I,
killing me, bro. You killing me.
I thought you was trying to, be fairly odd, like, never mind. Anyway, brother, what's going on, man?
Yo, I just want to say I respect y'all brothers, man. This Gen 49ers, right? I want to just give y'all a shout out, man. I've kept up with things y'all been doing. I've been in the community for a minute. I'm here and there kind of thing, and I'll speak up when I feel like I need to speak up, type of deal. And all I really want to say, bro, is I'm having a problem with unity. I'm having a problem with unity. Um, I believe we Israel. I believe that, but there's also things that about the Christian doctrine that man, I'm having a hard time straying away from. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got brothers out here like Deacon Sakari. You know what I'm saying? You got brothers out here like Deacon Sarge. And they giving you these historic facts. You got brothers out here like Garfield. That always keep people on their toes and make you question things and stuff like that, man. But at the end of the day, man, I really believe our people are coming together, but we're not coming together in the way that the Most High want us to come together. We come together, but we always butting heads. We always fighting each other. We always in disagreement. You know what I mean? And I believe that Christ is the only way to get past all of that. If we really realize what salvation was, if we really realize what hell was, if we really realize what being apart from God was, and that's one of my biggest things, man. And man, look, I respect all y'all brothers, man. You guys are some smart brothers, man. Y'all, every one of y'all very smart, man. Y'all on point with scholarship, history, linguistics, all of that, man. I respect all y'all for that. But at the end of the day, I can read a simple word in the word of God about the man's heart and the depravity of man, things like that, And I know that we all have it. We all have the depravity of man. We're not all of us are perfect. We're not all perfect. You know what I mean? So I know that even in everybody's struggle and everybody's fight and everybody's diligence to fight for truth, and what we think is right and what we feel is right. I just feel like we're not united. I watch it. I look at a lot of BereanTV. I listen to a lot of what they doing. I listen to a lot of what Dante doing, Dante Fortune. I listen to a lot of what he doing. I listen to a lot of what Deacon doing. I listen to even your boy G Man from the Urban Apologist. You know what I'm saying? I even went on with him. But the thing is, do you have a relationship with God Himself, the Most High Himself? You know, and I just feel like all of the scholarship and all of the back and forth and everything that we're going through, are we really coming to a place spiritually, in spirit and truth? Are we coming to a place to where we can gather together and be in spirit and truth and move forward in that, or are we just going back and forth through endless genealogies? You know what I'm saying? And that's
I
all. That's all.
appreciate I appreciate what you're saying, bro, and I respect the fact that you recognize these things because everything isn't just scholarship; it is spiritual. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can, bro.
And it is spiritual. And I'm gonna be honest with you. My personal feeling is that we won't have a straight or a pure coming together until prophecy is fulfilled and Yeshua comes back. We're going to still continue to argue with each other, or have these debates, and truth will come out, but then there'll be deception at the same time because we haven't reached the full disclosure of the prophecies. So, but I do respect what you're saying, brother, and I thank you for I humbly appreciate your view on the work that we're doing, and even other brothers outside of us, and sisters. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I feel like until the reckoning happens, is when we're going to have the full, we come under the full umbrella of prophecy being fulfilled and Yeshua coming back, and no man has to teach each other again.
Hmm.
Everything will be written in our hearts, and then that's when I feel that things will actually like change. But until that
You know
time,
what?
this is where we at.
You know what, brother, and I feel exactly where you're coming from because it's a verse in Isaiah that says Ephraim will no longer agitate Judah, or I forget how I said it. It said that Ephraim will no longer agitate or harass Judah, and Judah will no longer uh, it's basically saying that our people won't beef no more. It's a point in time that that's not gonna happen, and that's what I got from what you just said. And I feel like all the scholarship that we constantly try to do, we constantly try to prove that we the people, or we try to prove that the Bible is this, or we try to prove that the Word is saying this. I feel like all of that trying to prove, man, is it's a waste of our time, and I feel like I feel like the unity. I feel like John 17 is where we should all be trying to sit at and be trying to gather together and trying to unite in that and be trying to pray for our people, trying to pray for everybody, that kind of thing. I feel like the Father loves His creation. You know what I'm saying? I feel
Right.
like He
But I
loves His
do
creation.
think, no, I totally understand. I do think that we pray because I know we here at the Yap Gang, we do pray for our brothers and sisters, even the ones that we are at odds with. We constantly pray, and just for ourselves, even our own carnality when we, get in our feelings about certain things. We definitely pray. We pray and we ask the Most High for direction. But again, like, we're still stuck in this quagmire,
Right.
until Yeshua shows back up, until he, the prophecies are fulfilled and we don't have to prove ourselves anymore. We're going to continue to prove ourselves the best way possible, and if we make mistakes along the way, we ask the Most High, we, through the blood of Yeshua, to ask us, to ask him for forgiveness for
Barely.
whatever acts that we may have made and offending our brothers, and our
Barely.
sisters.
Barely.
So I
Yo,
appreciate what you're saying, brother.
thank you, man. Yo, Orthodox Moore. I had shout out to Orthodox Moore. Um, I had got at him with some DNA stuff, and he tried to let me know about some DNA stuff a while back, about who I was, that kind of thing. And I just want to say that's the kind of stuff that we need to be on, man. We need to be just educating our people on history. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? You can take it how you want. You can do your own research. It's really what it is, and that's all I've been about from the beginning. And I seek people out, and I just want to know your opinion, his opinion, her opinion. What do y'all have to say about this? And Orthodox Moore, shout out to that brother, man, because if he knew something, he'll let you know what he know about it. And he told me something about DNA tests and stuff like that. And with that being said, it's good that we got brothers like y'all out here that's doing those kind of things. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, unity is the most important thing. We have to be united as a people. You know what I mean? We really do. And it's so much uh disunity. You got so many platforms that's doing that want to talk about this topic, and it'll bring so much turmoil. It's like the Jerry Springer of YouTube, bro. If you think about it, if you so-called black or so-called African American, and you go on YouTube and you look up something about a Hebrew Israelite, the first thing that's gonna come up to you is Sakari Deacon, Sakari SGG, or BereanTV. That's the first things that's gonna come up to you. That's the first thing that's gonna pop up, right? And you go and you look at and you go and listen to what's going on, the conversations and things like that. We have to unite on some type of a level. We really do. Spirit and truth. You know what I'm saying? We have to get there. We gotta get there. If it's the majority of us that believe this, we gotta get there. We have to dig into it. The majority of our people believe. If the majority of our people are like saying, hey, "Yo, come on now," like I'm seeing some stuff. The majority of our people are digging into it like that and feeling that. We got to dig into it. And I also understand this is that there is a hatred and there is a hurt and there is a bitterness about what's happened to your people. I understand that also, you know, and that can blind you. That can cripple you. Also, you know what I mean. It can cripple you. But I just want my only goal is to lead people to salvation, because Christ led us. Christ got salvation for us, and He got an open door for it. He's the only way. You know what I'm saying? So that's my only goal. And whenever I mess with any of y'all, man, and yo, you brothers is so smart. Every single person on the panel, y'all are so much more smarter than me. It's unreal, man. Like I be listening to y'all, you cats is off the chain, man. Y'all are so smart. Y'all got so much history. Y'all got so much knowledge and all this thing. But what the Word of God say is the man that hung up on the tree is cursed. And when I thought about that, hung up on the tree of knowledge, it's cursed. You know what I'm saying? Spirit and truth, like Christ told the woman at the well. That's how people gonna worship in spirit and truth. You know, if we can't get to that point of being in spirit and truth and worshiping Him in spirit and truth, we all lost. You know, if we continue to be button heads like this, man, we not gonna make it. We're not gonna endure to the end. Is what I'm saying. I love y'all, brother.
Brother, I would ask you, brother, I want to ask you to pray for us as we pray for Israel. Just pray for us. You know what I'm saying? And again, we appreciate at Genesis 49ers, the Yap Gang. We appreciate the fact that you acknowledge how much work we're putting in. You know, because we do this for the culture. We do it for the people. We do it for us. But like you said, we get caught up in our carnality too. So we're not above reproach, and we recognize that, and we thank you.
Brother, I thank you. I thank you for even hearing me out. I thank the whole panel for even hearing what I'm saying. I thank y'all, man, because it is important what y'all doing. It is. It's important what y'all doing. It's important what everybody in the community is doing. But we got to come together. We have to come together. John 17. The Mashiach prayed for future believers. Future. Not only his disciples, but those that have come behind them. You know, so when I look, man, I'm gonna just keep it real with you, bro. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Look, I have a Caucasian wife, mixed kids, you know.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro.
Hold on. Hold on. I know it's nothing wrong with it in the sense of this is how my life played out. I understand that. But I know how the Bible say our people were not supposed to do that. However, that's what we did. We mixed with people. You know what I'm saying? That's what we did. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that I'm having a problem with is that sometimes people in our community don't understand that that's what we did. We are hard-headed, stiff-necked people, and we did that. You know, it has to be a spirit and truth thing at this point. It's a New Testament. When they were walking the New Testament out, there was no New Testament written. They were walking it out. They was living it. You know what I'm saying? So when you think about something like that, man, it's like, yo, I just want our people to unite and be loving in the way that Christ was. I understand that he was for his people. I understand that it's a calling on us. I get that. I get it's a calling on us. But guess what? We can't walk in the calling if we don't understand what we're supposed to be doing in the calling. If we always fighting each other, we'll never get it. And that's what it seemed like, bro. It just seemed like we always fighting. It seems like we always butting heads. Look, you got them zealots out there, you got them Sakari brothers out there, and them brothers they got zeal for God. They may have a few things off, their understanding. They may have, but they got zeal. They love God, and you can't tell them that they don't love God. You know what I'm saying? They have a zeal, but then you have other things that's involved with it, man, and it's heartbreaking. That's the only word I can use for it. It's heartbreaking. Because I love all y'all, man. I love what y'all doing. Genesis 49 is y'all put information out there. Y'all, you keep it real. You keep it 100. You know, y'all not pulling no punches. You know, you're not, being funny with the game or nothing like, you're trying to be slick or nothing like that. And nobody else is trying to be slick. But at the end of the day, if you have a predisposition about something, it might be a little shaky. You see what I'm saying? That's the only thing I wanted to say, man. And you know what? As believers, all we really need to know is that the only way that we're gonna get into the kingdom is the way, the truth, and the life. We only gonna get there through Yeshua HaMashiach. That's the only way we're gonna get through it. That's the only way we're gonna get to the kingdom. Jesus Christ. He is the way. He's the door. He's the way we're gonna get to the kingdom. All of this debating and all of this stuff we be talking about, man, is not gonna get us to the kingdom.
Hallelujah.
It's interesting. It's interesting to talk about. It really is, but it's not gonna get us into the doors of heaven.
T Turner, T Turner, brother. I'm sorry, I let you go for 10, almost 15 minutes. The purpose.
Let's go, man. What you gotta say?
All I'm saying is the purpose of this video tonight is it's just not an altar call. The people we dealing with, Garfield don't give a damn about Jesus Christ or the Bible.
Right.
Okay. So you can get that sermon, but this is not the place for that sermon. I'm sorry, brother. We were discussing genetics. We agree with the sermon, but there's people out there that don't give a damn about the Bible, don't care about your belief, my belief, or anybody's belief, and think that we should just become African atheists. You understand?
Right.
I don't know, how do you unify with someone that doesn't even share the same core principles or beliefs? I don't care if they got the same skin color as me. They don't have the same core principles, values, or beliefs. There's nothing we can build. What can we?
Right. I understand.
Unless it's business and it's money being transacted, then that's something different. That's not building anything. That's just dealing with business. Like, I don't give a damn about the people I work for, what they believe in, as long as my paycheck clears at the end of the week. You know, that's something different.
You're right, bro. And you know what? In Garfield, yeah, you're right. You're right. You are right. I agree 1,000% with you. You know, Garfield got man, that brother, man. I really feel like he just needs to come on home. I don't understand why you put so much time and work into something you don't believe in. You know, something that you don't put something that you feel like, if your spirit is not into it, why do you dive into?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? Because
go ahead. Let me hear it. I want to hear this.
Because it's going to be people like Israelites, Christians, that's going to flock to his channel anyway. So long as it's a cash grab, and long as it's going to produce views, He's going to continue to talk about it. It has nothing to do with whether or not he agrees with the narrative or not, because he's very frank about that. He doesn't agree with the narrative. But as long as he puts the Israelite some type of topic in the title, he knows Israelites are going to flock in, Christians are going to flock in, Afrocentrics are going to flock in, and his numbers are going to bolster. That's why. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's about how much attention he can get, how many views he can get, and stay relevant and make money off this thing. That's it. Same reason Sarnetta does it. This is not a deep philosophical question here. We know why they do it. And as long as Israelites, like I told people before, y'all are the reason these people exist, because you guys can't stop going on their channels, subscribing to their channels, watching every video, every live stream these people make, but you claim to hate them. That's y'all fault.
Brother, I cannot disagree with you. I'm gonna tell you why I can't disagree with you. Look, man, I believe in the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, right? And all the discord, and all the button heads and all that kind of stuff. You're right. I'll go over there and I'll drop a comment or something like that. You're right. You are right. Because I feel like, look, if you see my comment, then I'm hoping and praying that the Most High convict you of what I'm saying, and I hope that it goes down into your heart, and it'll come up out of your mouth at some point. You're right. You are so right. Because I've had that situation with G-Man. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? It don't matter. It don't matter how they portray themselves to be. I'm gonna continue to speak what I know to be true. You know what I'm saying? If I've taken the splinter out of my eye, or the plank out of my eye, to judge the splinter in my brother's eye, and no one decides to address it, I'm gonna say something about that. You're right. You make a good point. You know what I'm saying? So the problem with these guys, man, or our whole community, is understanding and communication and things like that. And I'm just not with the Discord, bro. That's really what it is. I'm not with the Discord.
Well, we compare a lot of this stuff to gang banging. A lot of us, I used to be a part of a camp. People from the outside looking in and say, "Oh, it's like y'all gang banging," but actually it is like that. But when we look at the gang banging, why does it happen? It doesn't. People just didn't wake up in the morning and was like, you know what, we're gonna attack BereanTV today. That's not how it works. It's both sides are reciprocating fire, right? Both sides are firing on the next side. This dude come to the other community, kill somebody from that community, then retaliation happens. That's what you're seeing. So one side is saying something that offends the other. They come over there and they attack, and then vice versa, right?
Yeah.
So I don't understand your point. The whole thing, there's going to be friction as long as these entities exist. Now, I agree to this point that we should not watch these people and just ignore them. You need to get rid of the problem quickly. Not unify with them, just stop dealing with them. But
I agree.
Majority of the Israelite community and Christians, majority of these Christians, internet Christians, love Garfield because he spends majority of his time debunking and discrediting Israelites. So that's never going to happen. So we're kind of in a quagmire.
Right. Okay, I understand that. You know what, man? You got guys out here like Garfield that will continue to fight against his people. I don't understand why. I don't understand why you wouldn't try to do all in your power to figure out if my people are saying this, let me dig into what my people are saying, and why would you put your time into discrediting your own people? I do not get that.
Let me
I
answer the
don't
question. That's another question I can answer. We talked about this in Clubhouse. Here's the difference. African Americans don't have an ADL. We don't have our own state. We don't have our own country. We don't have our own media outlets. So if he was to do the same thing to Jewish people, there are avenues that they can go to wreak havoc on him and his household, whether it be legally, whether it be through the internet. There are things they can do. We don't have none of that. So guess what? It's open season. It's open season. That's why he wouldn't spend or dare do any or say any of those things towards those communities, because again, those communities have protections in place. Again, they got their own state, their own military, they got the ADL, they got their own media outlets. We just got threatened that they won't write a bunch of articles on us. We don't have nothing like that. All we're gonna do is get on here and talk back to you on the internet, on your channel where you benefit. That's why. It's a vulnerable, easy target. Black Americans as a whole.
You know what? I understand that, bro. Okay, I got you, fam. You know what? For you brothers though, I'm gonna close with this. I'm gonna close with this, man. Look, all you brothers that's doing this work and y'all putting in research and y'all putting in, man, y'all just defending. Y'all defending. And y'all doing a great job, man. And I don't subscribe to a lot of people and all that kind of thing because I got stuff in my life, that I feel like, the privacy of man. I want the Most High to judge my heart, and I want to make sure that I'm walking the narrow. The narrow road is a tight rope. Back against the wall. And to be honest with you, everything that you guys are doing, Genesis 49ers, BereanTV, everybody, all stuff y'all doing is helpful. However, I am anchored to Christ. I'm anchored to the Messiah. And look, I would love for y'all to check out my music that I do on my own channel, just to hear my beliefs. Those, because I can't explain to y'all my beliefs, man, because you brothers are so well spoken and so well educated that I can't get on that level with y'all. But through music, I can get to that with y'all. If y'all can listen to it, you know what I'm saying? You can see where my beliefs are at, because you brothers know that book and you know what's going on. So if you check me out, I'm talking about Genesis 49ers. I would like y'all to check me out, and you can hear my beliefs. And you hear what some of the things that you can hear growth, and you can hear all of them things. But as far as the scholarship and as far as the work you brothers do, man, I commend y'all because y'all are doing it. You're doing the DNA, you're doing all of them things, and I appreciate it, man. Because when I first started into this, I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. And it's guys like Orthodox Moore that shot me some knowledge. It's a lot of people in the community that shot me some knowledge and told me, hey, yo, bro, this is what's going on with you. And I appreciate it. Love y'all for that. And really appreciate it. You guys are doing a mighty work. But we got to come together as a people. We have to. That's the only thing that's on my heart. And I appreciate, bro, of what you said about other guys and what their ministries are doing and things like that, and that you have to kind of filter out what's being said and and how they go about it and stuff like that. But man, appreciate y'all for everything that y'all do.
Nah, appreciate you too, fam. Y'all hear me or no?
Hear you, bro.
That's what's
Yeah,
up.
you good.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, fam. And real talk, I think you're speaking to where a lot of people are at. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing a lot of falling back and listening to a lot of conversations and whatnot, and recognizing like, so I've had plenty of beef with a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? I got no issues calling people out when I need to or whatnot. However, like I'm hearing a lot of people saying like what you're saying, like people listen to Deacon, people listen to Dante, people listen to us. It says people listen to everybody, trying to figure out what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, right? And so,
Yeah.
I've been hearing a lot of that, and I've been falling back on lots. I'm trying to change my tone on certain things because I recognize like there's a lot of people who honestly just want information and whatnot. Instead of beefing with people, it should be about correcting information. I will say this though, fam. Like, so I've tried to build with a lot of people behind closed doors and try to correct information that's been incorrect behind closed doors. And a lot of people don't want to correct their information because it would be like finding out, like, for instance, that there's like 14 planets in our solar system. You got to rewrite all the science books, right? There's a lot of people who have a business model on how they deal with this thing, and they're making money off this thing a certain way. And so if they change how they're talking about things, it changes the way the money comes in a little bit, right? So for instance, like people like Garfield, right? Garfield writes books about this stuff. There's Israelites that write books about this stuff, right? And so just like you're saying, go check out your message in your music. People got a message in their information and whatnot, and sometimes like they try to monetize that message and whatnot. And so if people are gonna honestly come together like you're talking about, all that type of stuff got to get laid down and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And that's got to get understood from the people who are searching for the information and people who are giving the information. The people who are searching are real honest in how they're searching. You know what I'm saying? The people giving the information we got to make sure we're at the top level of honesty in terms of how we're giving the information, that we're holding ourselves accountable to the information we're putting out and whatnot. Because a lot of people are building and believing off of what we're saying, and that's powerful and that's dangerous all at the same time. But with that, let me ask you a small question, brother man. Where do you think we should be unifying? Because like, so out of the vast groups of people you were talking about, you were listening to, some people are going to say like your wife's an Edomite. Some people are going to say that your wife can have salvation as long as she clings to Israel. Some people are going to say none of that matters. Your wife's straight, etc. Whatnot. Your kids are fine. There's no issue. None of like all that stuff's just is rhetoric that has nothing to do with the scrolls and whatnot. So in all of these conversations going on, what is it that we can actually unify on, in your opinion?
In my opinion, the only thing that we should be unified on is who the Messiah is and what he did. You got brothers out here talking about the law and how to fulfill it, and you can do it, and all these kind of things. And you know what? At the end of the day, I've really been thinking about this, man. We actually can fulfill the law. We can do it. The thing is, the reason I feel that way is because if Christ said that the whole law hangs on two: love your God with all your mind, heart, soul, and mind, and everything, and love your neighbor as yourself. If the whole law hangs on those two, we can do that, but we will fail in our walk. And I think that's the whole sacrifice that he did, is that because he fulfilled it.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lawyer. We have a lawyer that goes to the Father for us for that. You know what I'm saying? But we also have to do our part and say, look, hey, Father, I did this. I wasn't this way in this situation. I should have behaved this way. I didn't do that, and we repent for it. You know what I mean?
Accountability, 100%. Yeah.
Right. So I feel like, so if an Israelite says, you know, you need to keep the laws, you know, that kind of thing. I feel like Christ simplified it because our minds are so finite compared to an all-knowing God, which is why Christ said, look, the whole Mosaic law, look, you can put it on these two. Every one of those laws is going to be a part of one of these two. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
as
I'm
long
with
as
that, and not to cut your builder real quick. Like, so let's say we had Deacon on the panel, you had Dante on the panel, and all of us on the panel, right? Most of us aren't going to disagree on the application of the law, right? And if we do, it's going to be real minute difference, right? But where we're going to disagree is really, really big stuff, like I was saying earlier, like either your wife's an Edomite and your kids are, you know what I'm saying, are some mamzers or whatnot, or your wife's on some she can only get salvation by clinging to you, etc. Or none of that's the case, and all your kids and your wife got equal access to salvation, etc. None of that matters or whatnot, right? So those are drastic differences, right? Like, so if let's say we're going to sit down and talk about that. Like, well, let me say it like this. Like, let's if we disagree on stuff like that, how should we go about disagreeing in terms in as far as you're concerned, right? Because like, so for me, I know to challenge information, right? And when I start doing it more, like I'm hearing more people like you saying, "Well, I don't want to see you beefing with Dante. I don't want to see you beefing with the Taylor brothers. I don't want to see you beefing with this person or Berean." And they're all saying the same. Like, I don't want to see the beef because I'm getting information from all of y'all, right?
Yeah.
So in for the viewers' eyes, how do we peacefully disagree, but yet let y'all know that the information ain't right and exact?
So check it out. So this is something I thought about with. Okay, a brother like Deacon would tell me that you got an Edomite wife, right? That's what he would tell me, and he would say, "Your wife has no salvation, right? It's nothing. It's nothing she could do, right?" That's what a brother like Deacon would tell me. However, when we read the Word of God, our people was continuously mixing with all other kinds of nations, all the time, right? But according to a brother like Deacon's belief, is that if she clings to Israel, she can be saved. Correct?
No.
She couldn't be saved.
No.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
No. Like, so it's, from what I understand, Alazar would say like even his own mother's going to go into slavery.
That's sad. That's sad, bro. That's sad because that's sad. That's sad in the sense that if I'm being okay, check this out. All right, I'm gonna just go from this point. Marriage. I'm gonna go from Genesis. Marriage in itself is supposed to be an institution to teach a man how to be Christ-like or God-like. Right? Am I correct? Does anyone disagree with that?
Say that one more time, please.
Marriage in itself is an institution to teach a man how to be Messiah-like or Christ-like. For the church. The church is supposed to be his bride. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm going on that line. I'm going in that line of thinking. If marriage is supposed to teach me how to be a man, or or how to treat this establishment.
Right. So the issue isn't marriage, right? The issue is like, so where in your understanding, right? So Deacon's not going to change his position, right? Alazar's not going to change their position. Sakari, there's some stuff they will change, but there's core beliefs that they have that aren't going nowhere, right? So the Edomite doctrine is part of it. It's part of if I'm going to kick it with Deacon, I'm going to kick it with Alazar on the side of it. Like, that's part of the whole nine, right? I can't get rid of Edom. If I kick it with Taylor and them, right? The whole
Right.
like the Negro is the true Israelite of the Bible, and that's it. Like that's not going nowhere, right?
Right.
That's part of the whole thing and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So the question is like, so when you're dealing with somebody who has a core belief that they're not going to put down, that is diametrically opposed to how you believe on something, right? In your eyes, how should we go forward in trying to achieve unity with somebody like that?
I think the way that we would go forth in trying to achieve unity with someone like that is when you go to Revelation and it say all nations and tribes are all gathered together. Like I don't even know where that's at. I just know that it's there. You know, because for example, like, you got like Nehemiah, and they was talking about putting away the kids and putting away the wives and stuff like that. You know, because they're not your people. That type of thing. You know, I've heard Deacon and them go like, you know, kind of go into that direction with it, you know. But I will say this is the world that I was living in before I got married. You know, I got married to the person I got married to. You know what I mean? And I had I knew of God. I didn't know him. I knew I knew of him. It's just like saying that, you know Snoop Dogg, but you don't know him. You know of him. You know what I'm saying? You know his music, that kind of thing. I knew of him, but I didn't know him like that. But because I know him now, and I'm already married, I've had kids and stuff like that. And so you go to a Nehemiah situation. It's like, okay, well, what's going on in this situation of your marriage with these children that's not your people because you intermingled, that kind of thing. You know, is your wife clinging to you? That type of thing. Are you doing the things that the Most High wants you to do for Him because you His people? That's where I would go with that. Because if you're not, and your wife and your family isn't following behind you, that's the only thing I think that Deacon and them don't give no credit to. Because if I figured it out and my whole family is like, yeah, you know, he's the leader of our family. Whatever he say, go. You know what I'm saying? If they don't agree with that, then they wrong. They wrong for that. Because that means even if I had so if I got an Edomite wife, and let's say that she was involved in all kinds of witchcraft and idolatry and everything else, right? But then she turned and said, "Look, I got an Israelite husband, and his God say let's go this way," and she says, "I'm gonna follow him." If Deacon and them say that's not correct, then there's a problem.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. So there's everyone involved that we're talking about, right? There's core beliefs that aren't going nowhere, right?
Right.
So like the Edomite doctrine for like the one Westers and people like Sakart ain't going nowhere, right?
It's not. You're
so
right.
So from it, so let me say it like this, right? Because here's where we find ourselves in the conundrum, right? Like, so on the information level, there's so much about a lot of these belief systems up from a lot of different people. I find it important and whatnot, right? But at the same point in time, I can take a bigger step back and understand how they got to those beliefs and whatnot, right? I can understand where someone's going to come up with the Edomite doctrine at one point, right? I can understand. I'm not agree with it. I'm saying understand it, whatnot, right? So I can step back and give space and try to give some tough love on it from a distance on certain levels, right? But on another level, like I can't be expected to unify to a certain level with somebody who believes, for instance, that your wife is an Edomite or she doesn't have salvation just because of the color of her skin, etc., whatnot. Because 9 times out of 10, the same people that I'm going to talk to don't have a proper understanding of genetics, or if they try to talk about genetics, they have a fallacious understanding of it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's. So this is what I'm saying. This is the conundrum, like the information givers are finding themselves into, brother man. Like, so the people who are soaking up, who are trying to learn and whatnot, no issue. Because I'm the same, but as a learner, I'm right there with you. I'm trying to soak up what everyone's talking about, like and sit in it, eat the meat, spit out the bones, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's some people who are trying to serve up bone sandwiches. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So
got you. I got
on that
you.
level, like I can't unite on, hey, like you know what? You're selling bone sandwiches, but I'm gonna rock with you. Like I can't, like there's a certain level of space I need on this thing, right? But again, I'm hearing what you're talking about because it's a very real thing. Like, no, you want to see the people giving information just be unified and giving information, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that we're see, I'm in a point now right now where I feel your pain and I'm also feeling my pain. I'm trying to figure out what to do about it because like so for instance, like people like Alizar and Deacon and whatnot, like me and Alizar came out the same neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? Like so I understand the concept of like what crack did to our neighborhood. I understand like what certain people's what it did to certain people's parents or whatnot. My mom tried to open up a clean house in the same neighborhood he grew up in, right? You know, so I
Mm-hmm.
get the like I know where like feeling forgotten or all that kind of thing about like in the system and lost in the system. I know what that feels like, and for a lot of these people that are coming up to these core belief systems that I don't agree with, right? But I can understand the situation that developed that core belief for them, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm in a catch-22 just like you are because like these people are like, including me, I got beliefs they don't agree with. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so for them, I gotta like, so for me, not believing the Edomite doctrine makes it a hard thing for them to deal with. You know, it's like, well, how can you not believe the white man is the devil? The white man did X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 blah. I can point to all kind of stuff in history. And like, and there's a lot of stuff I got like, yeah, there's a lot of real stuff there. And like, well, if you can agree with that, why can't you say that? Why don't you agree that the white man's the devil? And I'm like, well, here's why. And because I don't, and I can give my reasons for why I don't agree with it, right? But it's not going to turn into a scholastic conversation. Because though, like so, a lot of the belief systems that we're talking about, these are the extreme selling points that people use. Like, so people like Garfield will be like, oh yeah, the Bible is fake, the people that don't exist, blah blah blah, and that draws people in, like the controversy, right? Like the white man is the devil. Like that's a controversial kind of thing that like draws the eye. You know what I'm saying? It's like a car accident. You can't stop looking at the thing, right? Like, so people aren't going to change their main selling point. You feel what I'm saying?
You're right. You're right. Yeah, people aren't going to change their main selling point. I get it. And you know what? It's like I'll put it like this, man. I envision it this way: the way the world is shaped today, and we have all of these different topics and conversations about biblical things, right? But like it seems like what we miss is that if it all goes down, we all would actually have to be together if Israelites are right. If Israelites are correct in everything that they say, us as a people, as a nation, we would all have to band together and be what they say, what they said what was supposed to happen, right? So in that sense, what do you do when an Israelite comes in with an Edomite wife? Because she's clinging to who? Israel, right?
See, and that's why Sean said like he believes like in I there's a certain level I don't disagree. There's a certain level where I somewhat do very slightly, but on a large scale, this is why he's saying like a lot of stuff's going to get cleared up when the Messiah turns up, right?
Amen.
And so let me do this for you, bro, man. Like, so I hear your plea in terms of, because I'm hearing it from a lot of people at this juncture, right? A lot of people who listen to me and who I follow back on stuff like Clubhouse. I'll just listen to a conversation and won't jump in, but listen what people are saying, right? People want it. Like, I'm hearing the fact people want the information givers to stop beefing and just agree on trying to give information and try to sharpen the information, right? So the information givers, please hear me, and please hear the brother, because a lot of people are saying the same thing. Let's stop trying to monetize the information or like the concept of the fact that we are information givers, right? It's like the brother the brother said he wants us to unite on the concept of like the love of Christ and whatnot. I heard that part earlier. Like, that's real, fam. That's 100% real. Like, Y'all can't show me like Christ with a Patreon. Y'all can't show me Christ with a, you know what I'm saying, charging for donations or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? He said the Son of Man doesn't know where he lays his head from night to night. But my G had a job to do. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man. Come on, bro. You yeah. You talking, man. You talking real good. Because at the end of the day, even Sakari, even them zealots, they zealots, and that's okay. Because look, history repeats itself. History repeats itself. And them brothers are zealots, and I respect them for what they do, and I respect their passion, I respect their love, and all of that, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, we trying to get into the kingdom, and we trying to get up out of here. That's the thing. It's spirit and truth. We trying to get up out of here in that sense. So if it ain't no rapture, right? If that don't exist, if it ain't no rapture, if that's a false teaching, if that's something what we've been fed, guess what? All you niggas is about to be together. Seriously though, man. Come on, like how come nobody has thought about that? Seriously. If that's
So T Turner, so T Turner, Sakari speaking against white quote unquote white people, the way they speak with them, that's kosher? Because you said what nothing
no,
to do with that.
no, it's not. It's not kosher. It's not kosher because it's not kosher in the sense of this. It's because if you know that you're supposed to be the salt of the earth, light of the world, the government of the world, right? Matter of fact, let me state that first. Am I incorrect when I say that we're supposed to be the government of the world to a Sakari mind state? Is that correct?
Well, maybe in their minds, I can't really speak for them like that. I'm just
Okay,
saying,
all right, okay.
certain actions that I've seen on camera, off camera.
Yeah, they think that they'll be ruling other nations or whatnot based upon what they believe.
Yeah. But people be like, "Oh, you curse, you got a potty mouth," but these people be doing some foul stuff on camera, bro. So
I know. I love them though. I love them because they're passionate. I love them. They're passionate. Them brothers is passionate. And you know what? You know what? Guess what? Guess what? You like it when they
He's
go
saying
off.
some real stuff though. You should. A lot of people actually like the fact that they say a lot of stuff that people want to say, right? Like they don't get traction for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Like so they don't get traction from like man like. This is where everybody got to be real about it. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody gets traction for a reason. Like there's reasons why people listen to Dante, reasons why people listen to Teo, and reasons why people listen to Sakari. You know what I'm saying? They don't listen because they don't share sentiments and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
They're preying on the ignorance of our ethnic group.
They're preying on the emotion of our ethnic group. You feel what I'm saying?
There we go.
Both.
Yo, I saw a video today. When Deacon, it was, I don't even know how long ago it was, but it was just a video that came up in my feed, and he was talking to some white dude, and he said, "It's nothing you can do." Like he just like bust out like real fast. There's nothing you can do about salvation. You can't be saved, like that kind of thing. And I'm sorry, like I can't get with that. I can't get with the fact that even if I fall into your doctrine that I can't be saved, if I call on your God and say, look, hey, God of the Hebrews, God of the Israelites, please save me from this, from what I have in scripture, he gonna save you. He gonna scoop you up. That's what I get
real
from
quick, T. I want to say this. Doing all that, how does that benefit our ethnic group, African Americans? All of that, what you just mentioned, going out there telling white people they can't be saved, kiss my boots. I've seen fighting videos. How does that even help? If anything, that make us look more. Oh, we knew it. Them niggas was violent.
You're right.
So how does that help or benefit African American? I'm confused.
It don't help.
So why would I back up? Because back to your original point, we need to come together, right? How can I come together with something like that that I know is not a force that's going to help us in the long run? That's what I'm trying to get to.
The thing is brothers like Deacon and my okay. I'm not. Let me stop. You know what? I don't even want to be saying it like that. The only reason I'm bringing his name up is because it's familiar to everybody. And when I say Deacon, that brings up a familiarity of an attitude, right? It's not that I can, it's not that he's wrong in the things that he's saying, but it's more so of a hurt of where he's coming from. It's the hurt of the person. You know what I'm saying? And how deep the hurt has gone to the person's mind.
You know what you sound like? You know what you
What's up?
sound like? When white people try to defend racist white psychopaths that go shoot up schools and shoot up malls. Oh, maybe he had a mental problem. Little Johnny had a mental problem. The hurt that he went to. Oh, he was being bullied. Oh, okay, that may be true, but he still shot up a damn mall. He need to be
Right,
convicted. You know,
right, but right, but the thing about his position is that he's justified in where he at. He's justified in where he stands. He's justified in it. You can't tell him he's wrong.
yeah, of course. That's with anybody that
But
Hold on,
no, no,
why can't you
hold
tell him
on,
he's wrong?
no, no, hold on. Oh boy, that went and shot
just
up.
like Garfield justified in saying that we a bunch of identity thieves, right? He gonna justify himself. He think he doing, a righteous work. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, he would
What is the
think that. Yeah,
justification
yeah, I
based
can agree with that. Yeah, he would think that. He would think that.
right?
But
What is the justification based off of? Like, do they got uh say, laws like we do to justify our actions? Like if they ain't have nothing to base their justification off of, then what are we talking about?
You sure they justifying themselves? Like it ain't
yeah,
based
yeah,
on nothing, in their own head. They right.
exactly. That's yeah. He just said it in their own head. They have justified what they're saying is because of ancestors and Okay, check this out. If you
No
can stand
moral
on the street,
compass. No moral compass. You know what I'm saying? There has to be a morality a scale.
Absolutely.
And when
I
you
like
deal with
that.
certain people, there's no morality scale, there's no moral compass, and we judge our moral compass off of the Most High and His laws and statutes and commandments that He gave us. So we
I
have a
like that.
we have a scale to deal with these things. Whereas
What's your
somebody,
name, brother?
you know,
What's your name, brother? Who is that?
Sean, Sean,
Sean? Yeah,
yeah,
Sean, man, bro, man. Keep on talking, bro. Keep on going.
right. So most of these people that we deal with, especially in the the conscious community, they have nothing to judge how to govern themselves. They go off of just what they know, their feelings, what they feel is right and what they feel is wrong. We operate in a different manner because we have certain mandates that we have to operate by.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And let me just say this to add to what you had said earlier about Israelite brother having a Caucasian wife. It's nowhere in the scriptures where it tells us, unless you understand this Caucasian woman to be a Canaanite, that we can't deal with other nations like that. Because it's not that we're dealing with them, to actually mix with them, because there is no such thing of mixing. But the fact is that our priests, right, when it came down to it, it was our priests that had a strict rule when it came down to who they deal with and what they bring forth because of the priesthood, because it shouldn't be tainted at all. And I understand that. When it come down to Israel as a nation outside of the priesthood, and even I'm gonna say Judah,
because of the royalty. It wasn't so strict, so to say, as long as they was following after what we do and how we move. So for a brother that didn't have an understanding of who he was, right, took on a wife, had children with this woman, for him to walk away from that family, you're not following Torah. You're not following the scriptures.
Come on.
So
come on.
For those who teach that emotional lie, you know, the Most High gonna deal with them face to face. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, for us that do have the understanding, it's imperative for us to give that understanding, or he's gonna deal with us face to face.
Amen.
Right. So you don't walk into you walk into your have an understanding. You know, you may marry somebody that's outside of your your culture. But that doesn't mean that after you figure out who you are, you walk away from that. You can't just, anybody that's teaching you, like Yara was just saying, you can't just walk away and turn your back on something you created. You know what I mean? Anybody that's teaching you to say, oh, well, she's an Edomite or this, that, and the third, you need to let her go now and start over. They're going to have to deal with the Most High after that.
Look at Solomon.
You don't walk away from your family.
Amen. Look at Solomon, man. If he had what, 600 concubines, what, 300 wives?
Children, no, he only had a couple of children. If it was really like what they trying to put out there with our elder, he would have had more children than just a few that he had. So you got to take that into consideration.
Exactly. So I'm taking into consideration that if he only had a few children, but he had so many concubines and so many wives. Come on, man. Let's keep it real. 300 wives, but 600 concubines. So, and if he only had a couple of children with 300, but had 600 bust downs, let's call it what it is.
Do you do now? Let's think about
this. No,
let's think about
call
this.
It what it is.
Hold on. Let's take this into consideration, right? So, 600 women in one place. No.
Yeah, they was in the palace. They was in the palace.
Think about what you're saying. 600 women in one place. It's not gonna happen, bro. That don't even happen in fairy tales.
All right, hold on.
So if he did have 600 women, they would be in their own kingdom. They would be in their own land. They wouldn't be outside.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Now that's why I think we should pause. Because where can we find biblically that says he had that many concubines, bust downs?
Why you think I said that?
Where can we find that?
Yeah, but you brung that up, brother. You know what I'm saying? Your Shah was just adding on to what you brung up. You the one who brung up the concubines.
All right. Okay, I brought up the concubines. All right. I brought up the concubines. Okay, so this is the reason I bring up the concubines. See, if I could find it, I just know the man had that many concubines and 300 wives. It's a specific number.
So let me ask you this, bro. What's your name, first off?
T. Turner.
Mr. T. Turner. All right. So I'm Yashar.
Nice to meet you, brother.
What's your point on touching on King Solomon and his so-called 600 wives and so many concubines? Like, where we going with this?
Where I'm going with it is that he had that much distraction in his life, and to write a proverb, like for example, to write a proverb to say it's better to be on the corner of a roof at the top of a house than to deal with the contentious women. It's probably because it has so many broads and bust downs.
Well, it also could be that you know, just like King David, you know, he was a counselor. You know what I'm saying? He judged situations and things that was going on within the community, just like the priest did. But for the most part, you know, when it came down to like certain things like that, you know, King Solomon dealt with certain things. So with him having to deal with certain things, mind you, the wisest man on the earth, you know what I'm saying, before him and after him. So it's like, man, he's gonna have proverbs to write to us, to leave for us, to learn from. You know what I mean? Just from not his own personal experience, if you ask me, but from the experience of Israel itself, our nation itself. What you got to say about that, T-Turn? If you're still with us. Know if you're on mute or not.
Say what again, Yashar?
No, I was just asking, you know, what do you got to say about what I just said?
Oh, T Turner gone?
I don't know.
T Turner.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. My bad, man. I like what my brother just said. You know, I feel where you're coming from, fam. The only reason that I brought up Solomon was like that was because of his experience, and the only reason that you could be able to write a proverb like, you know, look, it's better to be on the corner of a roof, almost naked, by yourself, than to deal with a contentious woman. And now, check this out. The only reason that somebody can say that is because they got so many women. The man was a player. He had bust downs. You know, and look, any man know if you playing with more than one woman, you know it's a hard life. And when you're talking about the dude that's the most wisest, richest man of all time, like a dude like Solomon, man, he had that. And he said, look, when you're dealing with a contentious woman, it's better to be on the corner of a roof. That's a proverb. He had to write that. That's something he had to write it. You know what I'm saying? That's an experience of his. So all I was really saying, man, is that, you know, when it comes to things like that, bro, is when you have a woman that has dedicated her life to you, and she has decided to follow you, then how come she can't be accepted as one of you? You see what I'm saying? Like, well, okay, what I mean by that is
say that again. Say that one more time, bro. Say that one more time.
Okay. If I have a woman,
yeah,
that's not me. She ain't my people.
Uh-huh.
But she decides to follow my people, right? Is God not gonna honor that? It's because if I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing before the eyes of my God, and my wife decide to follow that, will He not accept that?
I mean, ain't that how it's supposed to go?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But
That's
hold
how
on.
it's supposed to go.
Now, let me give you this scenario, right? Say you got another nation, right? You got another nation, and because of that particular influence from that other nation, you know what I'm saying? She met that person, she met you, you know what I'm saying, full-fledged, you know what I'm saying, holding dear to all of the ways of the other nation, the nation that she's a part of. So now you make the change. She don't too much care for that change. What's your next move?
Okay, so what you saying is I make the change to her nation?
No, you've been rocking her nation since you've been born. Then you make
I've
the
been
change.
rocking her nation?
Right, right. Understand what I'm saying to you? Okay, I'm gonna say it for you again. You dealing with a woman, right? That's of this particular nation that we're a part of, right?
Okay.
And this nation is completely the opposite of our nation, right? So
Okay.
in this time that y'all meet, you full-fledged in this nation, not ours, but this one. So she
Okay.
loving it. You know what I'm saying? She loving the fact that you celebrate all of the holidays. You know what I'm saying? You eat all of the foods. You ain't questioning nothing. You just going along with the flow, just like everybody else, right? Just like the world. So now
Okay.
all of a sudden you come into understanding who you are. You start to understand, you have regulations to certain things. You can't do certain things that you used to do, that the
Okay.
other nations have okayed for themselves to do. And
Okay.
she don't like that, right? She
Oh.
don't care for
Oh.
your change into your
Okay.
nation, right? The fact that
Okay.
you're
Right.
who you are. How do you handle that?
All right. Okay, I got you, bro. Okay, I got you. Okay. So what you saying is if I have been relaxed in the traditions of where she come from,
Right,
right?
right,
Correct?
right.
If I've been sitting relaxed in the traditions of where she come from, and all of a sudden I say, yo, um, this is not how my people do it. And I want to go in a different direction of what the way my people do it. Correct?
Right,
Okay. And she ain't feeling that, right?
right,
Where do I go from there?
right.
Okay. In that moment, when you have that situation, you are to be guided by the Most High. And this is why I say that is because that's where Solomon fell. He fell in that moment because what he said was, is, I'm gonna go with old girl in her traditions and where her people come from, and he
No,
had that many
no, no.
concubines.
Okay. Since you want to bring Solomon back into this, okay. So, what did he actually do? What act did he actually perform? Right when it come down to worshiping these other gods, so called. And
Okay,
what other God are we talking about? Matter
okay,
of fact, let me simplify it. I don't want you to answer what other God. I just want you to answer what did he so-called sacrifice?
okay. As far as biblical canon, it will not say, but apocryphal wise, it will say, and like everybody has heard all kinds of stories about Solomon and stuff like that, and what he actually did, and even the star itself, like
Whoa,
the
whoa,
the
whoa, whoa,
six
whoa,
point.
hold on. Hold that thought about that symbol. Let's just deal with, what I'm saying, what he actually sacrificed.
Okay, what he sacrificed? I don't actually know what he sacrificed, but from the situation, what I can see that he sacrificed, or what I think that he sacrificed, is he sacrificed his morals. He sacrificed his God. To be honest with you, that's what I think. It's
Well, I
because
mean,
it look
if
because
we
look if he was 12,
sacrifice to
look
other
if he was
idols,
12 years old. Hold
we
on, hold on. Hear me out. If he was 12 years old and God said, "Well, what you want me to give you?" and he said, "Well, hey, but give me wisdom." And then said, God said, "I'm gonna give you wisdom, and then I'm gonna make you rich, and then I'm gonna make you all your enemies not be around you." Right? Uh, I feel like he sacrifices God in place of all those things because eventually all those things came upon him. Like that's how I feel.
okay, yeah. I mean, through the actions, what I'm saying, through the act that he did. I'm not gonna say actions because I never read that he did multiple sacrifices and that he was out there doing the most. What
Right? I never
what I
read that either.
what I have read is that he sacrificed a grasshopper. right, to this particular deity, and he wasn't supposed to sacrifice not a nothing, because when you understand what the grasshopper is a creation of the Most High. So
Mm-hmm.
to sacrifice something that he created to another deity,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's disrespectful. So I get it, and I understand what the Most High was saying. It's just like us, prostituting. When the scriptures talk about prostitution, when it comes down
Mm-hmm.
to Israel, you know what I'm saying? It's not
Mm-hmm.
about no physical prostitution like they out there selling themselves. It's
Yeah.
the fact that we prostituted spiritually. You know what I'm saying? We
Right.
go and deal
Okay.
with the gods, and then they never receive not near a blessing. But we was paying. We was doing a whole lot of paying, prostitution, paying, but never receiving nothing.
Okay. So what you saying? So what you saying is that when so Solomon sacrificed so from your understanding,
Yeah,
when he did that, so from when he did sacrifice the grasshopper, right?
right.
He traded a morale concept within himself.
He knew because he knew better. I
Okay.
mean, the Most High is dealing with him one on one. You know what I mean? The Most High is talking to him. I mean, again, he's the wisest individual on the planet. So he feeling like, oh, this is nothing. Well, at that point, he wasn't that wise, right?
No, he wasn't. Yeah, you're right. It did.
But
It don't seem too wise to me because what you basically saying is that in that moment, if you trading something for what God has given you, because it's the same thing that I'm saying. I'm saying that he traded God for something else. So you saying that he traded God for something else. You saying he traded God for a grasshopper. I'm saying he traded God for morality. We basically saying the same thing. However, but at the end of the day, what it boils down to is when you trade God for your
no,
own belief.
nah.
Okay,
Don't
go
even,
ahead.
don't
Go
even
ahead.
don't even look at it
Go ahead.
as a trade. Look at it as what he say, disobedience, right? That's what he said our issue was and is to this day, disobedience. It's not the fact that, what I'm saying, we do as the world say or as the world do. It's the fact that we do the opposite of what he say to do. You know what I'm saying? If we simply just get back in line to that, we'll be fine.
What's
But
your name, bro? Sean?
we make simple math something that it ain't.
What's your name, bro? Sean?
No, my name is Yashar.
Yashar. Yeah. Simple math, and you're right. Uh, I agree with you. I agree with you on that point. Um, I just believe that. I just believe that when you, I still okay. I really wish I could say it the correct way to um to help you understand what it is that I'm saying about trading. Uh, it's the same as I'm trading something. If I have something in my hand, I'm giving it away to take something else. You see what I'm saying? So like basically like you saying is I'm trading a principle. I'm trading a truth. I'm trading a I'm trading a piece of myself. I'm trading a part of my soul. It's like it really goes deep when you put it into that context, man. I really wish I could explain it that way. I don't have the words to at the moment. I really wish I could. I'm better with putting my words into music like that. I can do that, but I cannot explain to you about trading one thing for another because actually that's even a biblical thing because Satan did it. Satan did a trading even in Ezekiel, uh, and what else in Genesis. He traded something. He traded Eve something, and she gave him something, and that was the trade. And Ezekiel explains the trade off that they had. You know, research that and look it up. You know, if you don't believe me, don't take my word for it. Like, look up that trade that they did. You know, but I agree with you on as far as your morality, as far as where you stand with God. I agree with that.
Ain't that what sin is? Disobedience.
Yes, sir. Sin is disobedience. Sin is rebellion. Yes, sir. Yes, it is. So
That's
where we
why.
going? Where we going from that?
That's why I say. That's why I say. You know what I'm saying? People make simple math something that it ain't. Because you deal with religious people and they be still talking to you about something that they ain't even got to be talking about a whole lot because it speaks for itself. That's why we got to do away with this religious thought process, man. That's still lurking throughout our community, even as Israelites. Some of our brothers got that same thought process, that same religious thought process still.
Con. So where we at now? You shoot.
Hey man, we were trying to dig into that Canaanite thing, but I gotta go to work in the morning.
Me too. I'm doing
So
overtime in the morning.
unless
Got
you're sure you want to
3 days.
continue the show, you can. If not, I'm about to shut it down.
I don't have no control, so you can shut it down, bro.
What do you mean?
I don't have control. I don't have a control board or nothing like that. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
All right, I guess I'll catch y'all on the flip side, man. Shalom. Yeah.
Shalom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Yashu, before you go, Sunday you gotta work? You free that day?
No, I'm free. I'm free all day Sunday.
All right, cool. Cause yeah, I'll talk to you about it in the back chat.
All right, brother.
All right, Shalom. Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Shalom, Yeshua.